Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here. Welcome to Fight or Flight. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Welcome in everyone. Cole, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for 8 months of support, and thank you for being first today. Kieran, welcome in. Hakaze, it's good to see you. Ash, welcome. Burr, welcome to the stream. Johan, it's good to see you. Shadow, hello. Green Eagle, welcome in. Aru, welcome. Lork, it's good to see you. Oreo, hello. Iris, welcome in. And Winter, hello. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Hope you guys are all doing well today. It's been a while since we last did our Fight or Flight, and we did an original character showcase stream with Kieran back in December, which is a little bit of a different format, but it was a lot of fun, and so I want to do another Fight or Flight, which if you're new here is basically my take on Smash or Pass. Vice, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome. So basically, I posted on both Twitter and Blue Sky asking you guys to submit your original characters to me. We're going to look at them on stream, compliment them, and then rank them based on whether I would want to fight them or not. This is all just for fun, and I will go over the rules in just a second. But we're all just here to have a good time, and I want you guys to appreciate other people's characters, maybe find some cool artists, and basically uplift each other. That's the whole point of this stream. It's not... The focus isn't really actually about the fighting, despite what a lot of people might think. So, it's been a while since we last did one of these, so I'm excited to go back into it. I've changed the format slightly, which I'll talk about in a bit, which has a few ramifications on how it's going to go. So I guess we'll see. Welcome in, everyone. So, Fight or Flight is my take on Smash or Pass. Basically, you submit your characters to me, and I compliment them. I talk about things that I like about their design or like about their lore, the things that I think are cool. And then I rank them on a tier list on how well they would fare in a hypothetical fight with me. But despite that, it's not a competition. The whole point is basically just to dress this up because obviously my aesthetic is the froggy martial artist, so we want to kind of keep it on brand, but it's really a chance for you to showcase your original characters. And you guys know I love original characters, and I love art, I love creativity. Now, one thing that's different this time, so usually I make a post on Twitter, and people submit their pictures underneath. Very typical for a Smash or Pass. But X has a new policy, which a lot of people do not like, and I totally get it, and I'm totally, against it as well. They have this new thing where anyone that posts a picture on their website, you can press a button, and basically you can run it through generative AI, which sucks because you can't even opt out of it. Before they had generative AI stuff on the site, but you could theoretically opt out of it, although a lot of times they would, by default, put you on it. But now you can't get out of it. So I know a lot of people are hesitant to post their artwork and such on that website, which, again, very valid. And I'm very against this whole generative AI thing. So this time I collected your characters through Google Forms. That has a few different ramifications because, for one thing, it means that it lets you submit pictures directly through and also lets me be a bit more specific with the way I ask you to submit your characters. But it also means it means a lot more work for me because usually I just scroll through the Twitter thread as we do this and then go to the tier list. But this time, because of the way it was submitted, I actually had to make like a slideshow. So it means that I'm going to have to like flip between the Google Form submission, the slideshow, the tier list, and any miscellaneous stuff on the fly, which is a little bit of a pain, and it took me a lot longer to prepare than I thought. It took me like a whole day to prepare the slideshow, as usual, or as opposed to usual, where I just, open up the Twitter thread and then just scroll through and look at your characters. But I think it'll be worth it, and it also means that you guys are able to write a bit more, because usually you're limited by the length of the Twitter posts, which is short, right? Unless you have Twitter Blue, which I do not recommend, or if you like break it up into a whole bunch of extra threads, which is also a pain in the butt. So it allowed me to be more specific, because sometimes people submit characters and then they don't tell me anything about them, so it's hard for me to make judgments. But this time I had a little bit more information, so that's a plus side of this. But again, it just was a lot more work. I think next time, like, I gave myself a week to prepare this, and I was just so busy this week, I didn't have time to do it until today. Supreme, welcome to stream. Angora, welcome in. Good to see you. So let's review a little bit about me, Kiro here, Kirostyle. So I'm a fighter. My height is 5'6", which is, I know, below average for a North American. Kind of more average for in Asia. Despite that, I don't really consider myself, I would not describe myself using the word short personally, but I do recognize I am below average height. But, you know, height is one of those stats usually people take into consideration when it comes to fighting. My fighting style is mixed martial arts, specializing in jiu-jitsu. That's Japanese jiu-jitsu, not Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but some knowledge of, you know, a lot of different fighting styles. Now, I took these stats based on Street Fighter V stats, and I talked about this last time we did Fight or Flight. Street Fighter V actually has like these stats for the characters, and they don't like factor into gameplay. It's more like just to let you know the lore or how the characters measure up to each other. And again, that is Street Fighter V, I'm saying, not Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 does not have that. So I would say, you know, I have average levels of health in terms of like, you know, your HP bar, usually in a Street Fighter game. Average amount of health, probably above average power and mobility, but the real strength is in technique, which is a lot of, you know, in jiu-jitsu, grappling and takedowns and techniques, things that allow you to, you know, measure up against people who might be bigger than you or stronger than you. But of course, being a physical fighter with fists means that I also have a disadvantage in range as opposed to someone with like a sword or magic, for example, right? I'm not a zoner if you want to put it in fighting game terms, but just in general, this is how I would rate my stats. I don't want to max out power or mobility because I recognize that there's going to be tons of characters out there who are going to, you know, overpower or outspeed me. So that is just kind of in general where I think Kiro sits on the board, just for your reference when you're comparing him with your characters. So this is the tier list we usually use, and I haven't modified it since the last time. So basically, we divide it into fight or flight, but fight or flight alone is kind of boring, right? It's only two things. So we have different levels of it. So in terms of flight, so flight's like, I don't want to fight you. And so flight could mean that maybe I don't want to fight you because you're not really a fighter. That would be unfair. Let's go do something different. Let's go, you know, have a coffee together, or, you know, go play a sport together. That's what the flight means on the green side. On the other side is flight as in like, I don't want to fight you because you're way too powerful. This is like, you know, characters that are deities. These are characters that are gods. You probably, you know, I know some characters, you know, are fine with fighting gods or whatever, going fisticuffs with them. I don't really think I'm there yet. I think of Kiro as being like a Tekken or a Street Fighter character, right? So not like an average human, a human with a bit extra durability that's able to take a few hits and maybe, you know, tank a few things that might be seemingly superhuman, but the characters themselves aren't actually superhuman themselves for the most part. I'm not looking at characters like, obviously, like Devil Jin or whatever like that, but the characters are human, but they're, you know, above average human. That's kind of how I see Kiro. So think of him as like a Tekken or a Street Fighter character. And then in terms of fight, there's 3 different tiers of fight. It could be like a friendly spar, something where, you know, not too strenuous. Maybe Kiro has a bit of advantage, or he's like teaching someone. It could also be a close match, which would be like characters that are evenly matched, or it's difficult to kind of tell where they stack up with the limited information we have. And then we also have a fierce battle where it'd be really intense, really tough. Maybe one character has a huge edge over the other, something that would be a little bit more of a spectacle. That's where the highest tier of fight comes from. So this is how I'll be ranking the characters based on what I think, based on the information that I've been given. And within the tiers, there's no order. I'm not going to order every single person within a tier. We're just going to do them in order that you guys submitted them. So these are my submission guidelines. They are very similar to what we've done before, but I had to expand on them because of the Google form format. So first of all, no generative AI. Now, the very first time I ever did a fight or flight, I did have a couple people submit completely AI generated characters, and I realized, oh, I need to make this actually a rule. So we've used it ever since. Now, here's my stance on AI. Like AI as like an entire bubble, like an overarching umbrella of AI, like all AI. There are cases where AI can be useful to us, right? In everyday life, or things that help improve people or help with like medicine, for example, or technology. But within the bubble of AI, there is the generative AI, which oftentimes is used for things like generating images or generating writing. And those modules are trained on actual people's art, actual people's writing, often, if not mostly, if not always, without permission. And so when I say I don't like AI, like I want to really be specific and mostly say generative AI, because I know most people when they say they don't support AI, they mean generative AI. But I know people always bring the argument of like, oh, but AI is important because it can do this, this, and this, and they're usually other use cases that are outside of generative AI. But in terms of the realm of human creativity, AI is not an area that we really need that in, because the whole point of human creativity is for art created by humans for humans. And so generative AI does not have a place here. And I want to be very specific about that, because this time I did receive a few entries where people submitted things that were not 100% AI generated, but they did say that, oh, like I drew this, maybe traditionally or maybe on the computer, and then I ran it through the AI to color it or to enhance it. And so unfortunately, I had to take those submissions out, because ethically I'm against the use of generative AI for this. And like until we can find a way to use AI that is environmentally responsible and ethically responsible, I don't want any part in this. And as a supporter of artists, that is not a line I'm going to cross. So unfortunately, in the future, if you want to submit your characters, make sure that everything is done by humans, whether it's yourself, or maybe you've commissioned someone, or maybe you got a friend to help you out. But unfortunately, we do not want generative AI in these types of spaces. And I just want to make that very clear. And I'm not your mom, so you can go and use generative AI for whatever the heck you want on your own time, but not in my space. So I want to be very clear about that. For the sake of time, you may only submit one character per person. So just because we had a lot of submissions, if everyone submitted like all their original characters, it'd be too much. And I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to do that. And so one character per person, but in future Fighter Flights, feel free to submit a different character, or you can continue submitting the same characters. That's totally fine. Please credit your artists, of course. This time, the nice thing was that because we did it through Google Form, like I specifically would make a question for like, which artist drew the art that you just submitted? So it was nice because this time people could actually do that. In the past, with just the Twitter threads, people would often forget to include the credits to their artists. So this time it was nice that I had the chance to specifically ask for that. But it also meant that I had to go through all your entries and like edit the file names and make sure that I linked them to the correct artists and look them up and make sure that they actually existed on the correct websites. Or if someone didn't mention which website this username was from, I had to go and find them and make sure, like, is this a Twitter username? Is this an Instagram username or whatever? So that took a little bit of extra time, but it's a little bit of extra time that I'm willing to go through because we love artists in this house. All original characters are welcome. They could be VTubers, you could be PNG tubers, you could just be original characters, they could be Final Fantasy characters, they could be characters from your MMOs. Your character does not need to be a fighter or a combatant either. I know in the past people have told me, like, oh, I'm shy to submit because my character can't fight. And the whole point of this, even though we're dressing it up in the form of fighting, is really to look at your characters. So characters do not need to be fighters. And safe for work, pictures only. We're on Twitch. This will be on YouTube later. So we just want to make sure that all the images are safe for me to use, which means it's okay for characters to be, for male characters to be shirtless. And then in terms of female characters, I can't show any like breasts, for example, right? And obviously they need to be wearing pants, but otherwise that's good. So some people might have been confused about whether shirtless is okay. Shirtless is fine. We just can't be breaking Twitch's rules because I don't want to get banned. Also, on a side note, this incredible artwork was drawn by Vice Kurosaki, who is here in the chat. He's an amazing artist and friend, and he surprised me with like 3 Kiro fan arts in the span of like 2 weeks, and I'm just so grateful that he took the time to do that and spent such care on making me look good. So I just want a big shout out to Vice because he's super cool and has been very nice to me. Go check him out. He streams as well on YouTube. Okay, so this is what the forum looked like, or like other than the introduction, like what's your name and like what's the name of your character. Briefly introduce your character. Briefly describe your character's abilities, and this does not necessarily need to be combat abilities, especially if your character's not a combatant. Just list some abilities, and I thought it'd be fun to have like an extra question, so I did optional. What would your character's finishing move look like? And if they don't have a finishing move, then just give me a fun fact instead. I thought that might be kind of cool to see because, you know, when you play like a fighting game and a character has like an ultimate attack or whatever, that's usually kind of cool, right? So I thought that might be kind of neat to try and see if that actually worked out this time. And the nice thing was that this time, because I could divide it between briefly introducing your character and briefly describing your character's abilities, I could actually get a feel for your characters a bit better. Because in the past, with the Twitter submissions, obviously, again, tweets are limited in scope. So a lot of times people would just tell me a little bit about the character and not actually get to their ability. So I wouldn't have any information on how to rank a fight with them. So this time was kind of nice because I actually got to specify that as well. So these are some fight guidelines, and these are similar to what we did before on previous fighter flights. I will do my best to interpret your characters accurately. I'll do the best I can with what you've given me. Sometimes, you know, if you're missing some information or if some information is a little unclear or if I misinterpret it, like I'll try my best to be fair to your character. So I apologize if I get anything wrong. If you're here in the chat, feel free to tell me anything that I get wrong or correct me if I say something incorrect. But I will try to do my best to interpret your character to the best of what I've been given. The information is limited to what you've submitted to me. Unless on the rare occasion, if you're my friend and I already know your character a little more personally, then I could use that information, but I'm not gonna, for example, if you didn't give me enough information, I'm not gonna go to your page and dig through it and look for extra information on your character because I just don't have the time. As much as I enjoy learning about your characters, we just gotta be time respectful. Now, in terms of ranking, because it's hard sometimes, power scaling is obviously, you know, difficult between other fictional works, especially if I don't know you personally. So just some general features I would try to use. So if a character has like formal training in fighting, I would say that gives them a 1-up over a character that has like no specific training in fighting. So if a character is very strong, but they haven't been formally trained in how to participate in combat, then I would say that would be like, I would usually rank that character lower than someone who might be classically trained in combat, so to speak. We have a lot of people whose characters mostly rely on magic and spells, so depending on how your magic or spells work, I would say that if someone has a speed advantage, that could help circumvent or interrupt the casting of spells or help them close the gap between long range and short range, unless you specify otherwise. Now, a lot of characters also have like elemental things going on with them. Kiro, me personally, I don't see Kiro as having special magical abilities, but I would say that if I had to pick an element for him to be attuned to, it would probably be water, because obviously the frog themed. I imagine, like, you know, in Street Fighter, when certain powerful moves characters will strike a hit, and then all these like cool like paint splashes will come out and these colors would explode for like visual effects. That's how I kind of would see it. So it's not that Kiro like controls water, for example, or can create water, but I would say if I had to choose an element, he would be water attuned, which means that characters who might be fire attuned might have a little bit of a disadvantage in that case, if that comes into play. And lastly, the event is meant to be for fun. So if you're unhappy with the result, I apologize, but this is all just in good fun. We're just taking what we have and ranking the characters and admiring them as we go. It's not an actual fighting competition where we're putting characters down. You know what I mean? I think you guys know that. And Yule, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by as well. I appreciate you. So let's have some fun. And if you see some cool characters you like, go check out their creators and see what they're up to. Go, if you see some cool art and you wanna, check out those artists and see if they're open for commissions, I really advocate that for that, because that's the whole point, right? And here my credits kind of cut off here, so I'll just hide myself for a second there. And thank you so much for everyone who took the time to submit as well. To be honest, I was a little nervous because usually when we do these streams, because we recruit through a Twitter thread, as people comment on the Twitter thread, it kind of gets pushed in the algorithm. But this time, because I wasn't collecting through the Twitter thread itself, I feared that maybe it would not reach as many people as I would want. And so, I opened the forum for 2 weeks, and during like the first week and a few days, I got like almost no takers. I got very few takers. So I was like, uh-oh, is this gonna be like the shortest fighter flight ever? And then during the second half of the second week, you guys really picked it up and got a bunch of submissions. So thank you to everyone who also like boosted it or submitted or spent some time to tell their friends about it. I appreciate that, because I was honestly a little nervous about whether this would actually happen, but I also want to respect all the people that had already submitted because they took the time to do that for me. So thank you to everyone who took the time for that. And if you missed out on your chance this time, don't worry. There will probably be more fighter flights in the future, unless there's no interest in the future, then we'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna have to like tab through the PowerPoint and the forum. So the reason why I wanted to do it this way was because if I just scrolled through the Google form on stream, there's a chance I might reveal something I don't want to reveal, because even though I made it so the Google form did not collect email addresses and names, what I found out is every time you submit an image, it also does put the person's Google name at the end of the image file. So I had to go and, just for organization purposes, I was already renaming all the files anyways, but it means that if I showed you the Google form, there's a chance I might show you someone's actual Google account, which I do not want to do. So that's why I'm going to be looking at the Google form off stream and read it to you aloud, so I don't dox anyone. And of course, anyone whose username, Google name, or whatever I saw, I am wiping my memory clean of that. That is, I do not see it. I do not perceive. So don't worry. I don't know your names now all of a sudden. I do not perceive, okay? Also, because the Google form asks for up to maximum of 3 images, not everyone's 3 images were used, mostly just because of space. I want to make sure that everyone gets at least one slide. So if your picture fit on one side, great. If 2 pictures of yours fit on one side, great. If one picture, let's say, was less appropriate for stream than the others, then I would, maybe have some others to choose from. So that was kind of nice. So if you submitted 3 pictures and you only see 1 picture or 2 pictures and you're wondering where the third one is, it means that I just didn't have room for it. So I apologize. But again, if you see a cool character that you like, go look up the person on social media and find out more about their character. Okay, let's get going. So we have our first submission here from Elia Kelua from Blue Sky, Twitter, and YouTube, and this image is from VR Chat. I'm gonna have to get used to tabbing between these things. Okay, so I tabbed the Google form up. Okay, you guys can't see it. Excellent. So I'll read through what they wrote, and I also have not read through all your entries. So I have not edited your text, so I might have to make some corrections on the fly depending on if I misread something, so apologies in advance. Okay, so introduction to the character. Elia Kelua, Dark Flame Dragon and Island Spirit King. His strengths are actually his singing voice and musical prowess. He'd rather enrich his life with music than fight, but he can knock some heads around if he has to. Abilities: singing voice, flute skills, wielding twin swords, showy and flowy moves with chakrams, his favorite fighting style, and training and being forced to fight. For finishing move, when exerting great effort in battle or work, he won't scream, but instead he'll sing it out because he has a lot of fun. Before a finishing move, he would use a vocal run or belt. So we have a singing dragon. That's really cool. I love the colors here. Like the wings The glowing on the wings is super cool, obviously. And who doesn't love a good dragon character, right? Dragons are so cool. So I love the dragon design here. Of course, we have like obviously like the horns and the ears and the wings and the claws. I think the color scheme comes together really well. The purples goes well with like the red, dark red hair. And I love the idea that he's like a singer as well, because obviously most of the time when you see a dragon, your first thought is not usually that they're going to sing for you, but I love the juxtaposition or like the unexpectedness of that. And the fact that he can also like throw hands is super cool as well. So let's tab to the tier list. Okay, good, perfect. Okay, so I originally uploaded all your pictures, and usually what it does is it arranges them in alphabetical order. But this time I tried to trick the system and put numbers in front of everyone, like number 1, number 2, number 3, to try to have them in order. And then it just kind of spat them out in like a random order. So I don't really know where everyone's pictures are, or if there's any rhyme or reason to how these pictures are organized now, which is really weird. Usually it just does alphabetical, and for some reason this time it just didn't. So now, this character, Elia, is obviously a dragon, very powerful, trained as a knight, uses chakrams, but also a singer. Given just that information, obviously he'll put up a pretty good fight, I think. But it seems that like he'd rather sing for you and do other things than just fight. So maybe, I'm not sure. Do I want to do some alternate activity with Elia? But I think he'd be down for a fight if I really wanted, right? Obviously, very strong body, very cool. I'm gonna start off with, I think it'd be, a pretty even, close match. I think that's pretty fair. If he's trained as a knight, obviously big, beefy, put up a good fight. I think that's pretty fair here. So we'll start off with the nice close match, I think. Thank you for your submission. Super cool. And I love seeing VR chat characters too, because when you see a VR chat character, that means that, I don't see it here, but they're fluid in motion, right? Because that means that this character is played in VR chat, so you can see like his mouth move, his arms move, and whatnot. And I think that'd be super cool. VR chat is not something I've personally been interested in, but I can definitely see the appeal, and it's fun to see other people's creations in VR chat. So thank you, Elia Kelua. Next up, we have Farah Fennec from Macat from Blue Sky, which they drew themselves. Let's read about this character. So this is Farah Fennec, an operative of Omen. That's an organization that deals with unusual phenomena. She specializes in reconnaissance operations, and her parents were desert nomads, although she currently lives in an apartment. Due to being a fennec fox, she has sharp senses, especially her hearing, and is able to naturally blend into desert environments. While she isn't very strong due to her small size, she's very agile and skilled at close quarters combat. However, she prefers using guns, able to use a variety of different firearms, predominantly pistols, carbines, and submachine guns. She's quite sneaky, too, something aided by her sandy fur and short height, and is trained in bushcraft. Her special finishing move was she pulls out her pistol, shoots both of her opponent's legs and then their arms before drawing her knife and slicing their throat. I can't say I want that to happen to me. Yeah, the power of gun is very, very powerful indeed. So I like it when characters, or like people take characters and incorporate their animal abilities into their fighting, right? Like obviously the camouflage of the fox and using desert environments, speediness. I think that's really cool because when you take a character and you take some kind of inspiration for their design and their traits, like in this case, an animal, it's fun to be creative with it, but it also gives you like a guiding kind of force to help you direct the direction of your character while also keeping it concise. Like kind of like how, I picked frog, and so a lot of the things that have to do with my character are very frog themed. I think it also really helps when it comes to drawing art for your character too, because it gives your character a lot of symbolism and stuff like that too. I always think of like Arknights, because in Arknights, all the characters have their like part animal. So it could be like part wolf, it could be part owl, it could be part frog, it could be part goat or whatever. And so in their uncapped artworks, they usually have like some kind of symbolism of that animal, whether it be accompanied by the animal in their uncapped artwork, or they have like a spiritual silhouette of that animal behind them, which usually looks really cool. So I think I can see, you know, the appeal of picking an animal to go along and running with your character. Yeah, Kiro is all human. He's just frog inspired. He's not part frog. So I like seeing how people get creative with that too. Now, yes, having a gun definitely gives Farah an advantage, I would say. That being said, when I think of like Tekken characters and Street Fighter characters, they get shot at all the time. They get shot at all the time, and for some reason in those universes, Fist always seems to somehow overpower gun. But that being said, gun's still difficult to deal with. Having a range advantage would be difficult to deal with. Normally, dealing with someone with a gun in fiction is if you're faster than them, you can get to them before they pull the trigger. But it says here that Farah is very quick and agile and has close quarters combat and is also has her fox senses. So I think that would also probably make it a little difficult. So I think I wouldn't shy away from it. I'll still take you on, even if you have a gun. But it's definitely going to be something a little bit more difficult, I think, especially if you have both range and also physical prowess. So that would be difficult. So I think this will be a very difficult fight. But fun. I would not be opposed to it. Thank you for your submission, Makat. I appreciate it. Next up, we have Felric from our friend Crescentia Fortuna from Blue Sky. Cress is a really cool artist. Cress is super cool. I've had the pleasure of working with Cress before. She's drawn Yishen, and she did a phenomenal job drawing him in the past. And I love her original character. She's great at drawing both men and women. Like, just go check out her art on Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever. She has such amazing art, and she has such cool characters. So I was very grateful that she took the time to submit a character. So let's read about Falrek. First, I gotta go to my next Google form. Luke, welcome in, and Zephyr, hello, hello. So this is Falrek, a big, beefy snow leopard boy. Generally very friendly and kind, big himbo energy, very huggable, do recommend. Also very protective. When a dragon attacked the village close to his home, he didn't hesitate to fight it. Stuff like this brings out the rather fierce side of him. He won't be taken down easily. He's very sturdy. He was one of Cress's Dungeons and Dragons barbarians, specializing in fighting bosses with sword and shield. However, since he became a Deathblight character, which is another universe, Cress isn't sure how many of the things of his build still apply, so let's leave it as him being a very tanky sword fighter with a shield. No special move, but here's a fun fact. He was technically around 4 or 5 years old when he was born, but how? That's a secret. So, obviously, I love Cress's art. Balric is super cool, big beefy, shield and sword in hand, tanky. I think I could take him in a fight in terms of offense, but I think in terms of defense, he would probably do a really good job of holding out. So I think it's kind of like the unstoppable object meets the immovable object, or unstoppable force meets the immovable object situation, I think might be where we're at here. So he's definitely not going to go down easily because he's a tank, but because he's a tank, I think I might have an edge on the offense part. So it might be a little bit fierce, but also a little bit difficult as well. So go back to our tier chart. And let's do a fierce battle. I think that's going to be pretty fair for him because he's super cool, obviously. Let's just look at Cress's design skills too. I love like RPG-ish designs. Got the paladin going on here. He's got like fur around his neck, big and huggable, according to our entry here. He's got like a tailcoat as well, which also adds to the gallant look. Yeah, like the snow adding to like the snow leopardness, and of course the picture on the right. I love that smile. I love that smile. I love characters like that. It's like the same energy as Yishen has, where they're like big, beefy, but they're also like joyful and cheerful and big brotherly. You want to give them a hug, and obviously Cress's art does an amazing job of portraying that as well. So go check out Cress when you get a chance. Thank you so much for your submission. Velric is super cool. I want to learn more about him and, well, all your characters. I want to learn about all your characters. Next up, we have Sai, Watcher of Souls, coming to us from Psycho Reaper 115. Our friend Sai. Let's read about his new character. Well, not like new character, but like I think this is your first time submitting him for Fight or Flight, I believe. So this is Sai, Watcher of Souls. His purpose is to watch over people or stories and watch them to the end. He lets the others know to collect the souls and move on to the next and continue his watch over the souls that will someday reach their end. He can teleport and commands the power of the elements: dark, electric, light, water, wind, earth, fire. The order from left to right is what elements he mostly uses to ones he rarely uses. So in other words, he uses dark the most and then fire the least. So dark, electric, light, water, wind, earth, fire in that order. His finishing move is known as Doomblade, a spell meant to destroy the enemy instantly. The look of it is it's a black void that comes from the sky out of thin air and swipes or cuts down the enemy. Doomblade. That's kind of scary. And Hunter, welcome to the stream. And also Become, welcome to the stream as well. I don't remember if I said hello to you on your way in. I love how Sai's characters have been developing over the years. And it's cool to see him making new characters and also like playing around with what they do as well. Hood with the mask. Cool combination. Always approve of that. The black sclera definitely adds to that as well. I think characters that have the black sclera, like it really stands out. It's like definitely a big like draw to their eyes, which kind of gives off, in this case, him being like otherworldly, right? He's like the Watcher of Souls. He freaking has command of all the elements and he can kill you instantly with a Doomblade. So I think that's super cool. But I also like that he also has a bit of a modern spin to it because he's wearing kind of more modernish clothes too. So it's almost like he's like blending in to society or going incognito as he observes the souls around him. So I think that's super cool. And then of course we have like the yellow accent on it, which I think is very, very Psycho Reaper now that we know him and his character tastes a bit more. So I think that works out really well. Let's go to our tier list. So he's like an otherworldly being, and not only does he have control over all the elements, but he can also Doomblade you and kill you instantly. So that doesn't sound like fun. I don't think I want to get cleaved in half by a Doomblade and die instantly and, you know, fighting this primordial entity or whatever. So I don't think it's really a good idea. But if you go easy on me, I'll fight you. But I think in a full-on fight, I think I just get evaporated. No, it's okay, Sai. Besides, I think out of all the characters submitted today, I don't have too many. I don't have too many that would come up into this tier. So you know, I think it's very fair. Plus, I know that if I want to fight you and you weren't actually intent on completely ending my existence with a snap of your fingers, I think it'd probably go down into here. But you know, let's say you're going full power. You know, tier was gone. I'm gone. Thank you for submitting your character. Your characters are always so cool. Next up, we have Johan Sketches on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Twitter. This is their character Ewan. drawn by themselves. Go check out Johann's art. Johann's art is really cool. And plus, I've had the pleasure of seeing Johann's art like grow over the years too. And look at the detail. Oh, wait, I just realized you guys can't see. You guys can't see. I'm sorry. See, this is what you get when I have like 5 tabs I need to go through. There you go. Johann sketches. Look at his art. Look at that detail, especially on the right. Look at the sweat drops. Look at the background. Look at the fur. That is incredible. Johann's art has just been getting better and better over the years, and that's super cool. So you should go check him out. And this character is really awesome. Let's read about him. So this is Ewan. He is their D&D character, and he is the rival of the cheetah in the second picture. And contrary to their usual characters, he's a heel, like as in a wrestling heel. He's arrogant and mean-spirited most of the time, often underestimating his opponents with the strength to back it up. Ewan craves to fight the strongest fighters and shows boredom or disappointment when they fail to meet his expectations. He does, however, turn friendlier if one manages to knock him out, as he is forced to acknowledge their strength. He's a seasoned fighter and highly trained in Muay Thai, very capable of finishing fights quickly. However, he enjoys toying with his opponents, so his fighting style focuses on wearing them down with leg-crippling low kicks and knees to the abdomen before finishing off with a brutal KO. And Ewan is extremely durable and capable of enduring a lot of hits before going down, often taking hits head-on to hurt his opponent's morale as much as possible. So he's a badass, and he likes to show it. That's awesome. I like that. Finishing move. Clinch his opponent and knee them until they get stunned, and they stumble around, barely able to stand. Then Ewan gives a final taunt before giving them a light push with his palm, watching them fall back, knocked out. Fun fact is, even though he's their main D&D character's rival, he's also a character he plays in the campaign as the bad guy PC, player character, while his rival, Ty, is the good guy, player character. I hope I read that correctly. Yeah, again, I love this design. And the art is incredible. I love how well the expression shows off on the character in both pieces. Look at the second one, the way his mouth is gaping, is roaring in anticipation and hey, bring it on kind of look. I think he definitely brings out that heel behavior, as you're wont to put. And so, I'm a sucker for martial arts outfits. Muay Thai outfits are among some of my favorites. Love the design on his shorts. He's got the jaws on the shorts as well. Arm wraps, you can't go wrong with arm wraps. And of course, the traditional or more traditional Muay Thai arm bands as well. On top of the fact that he's a tiger, which also is super cool too. Which means he's also very strong. I mean, he can take moves head on, and in fact, sometimes chooses to do so in order to demoralize his opponent. So that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. I love me a good heel. Sounds like he would be a fierce opponent, but I think I could take him on. I think I could take him, especially if he chooses to toy around a little bit more. Might be something that could open him up to, some hits here and there. I think it'd probably be a pretty fun fight to watch. So, fierce battle, definitely. Ewan, super cool. I will remember to tab back to the slideshow this time. But thank you so much for submitting your character. I want to learn more about your other character too in the future as well, because he looks super cool too. Thank you for your submission. Go check out Johann's art if you want to learn more about his characters. Next up, we have Ryuji Kadachi coming to us from Winter Dusk on Twitter, and artwork by Trissa Frog, who is here in the chat and is super cool as well. Let's read about Ryuji. Which tab am I on? Here I am. So this is Ryuji Kadachi, a white tree frog who is a professional ninja and uses the element of lightning. Young and full of energy, he's always looking for a good time, whether it's sparring, training, or just hanging out with friends. He has incredible body strength due to his ninja training and gymnastics. Not only is he skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he's also extremely flexible and acrobatic. He can use all the standard abilities of ninjas, such as clones and teleporting, as well as being adept in an assortment of weapons, but he prefers his signature katana. Ryuji is also able to wield lightning for elemental attacks and imbuing his weapons for some added shocking effects. Ryuji is incredibly playful throughout the fight, but when it comes to being serious or wanting to finish a fight, he'll make several lightning clones of himself and surround his opponent. Then he'll overwhelm them in a series of juggles, attacking with punches, kicks, throws, and weapon attacks, comboing with his clones. Finally, once the opponent is launched high in the air, Ryuji will finish them off with a powerful lightning-based attack, sending them plummeting to the ground. I love ninja characters. I'm such a sucker for ninja characters. Obviously, you guys know I love characters that have like the ninja scarf and like the sleeveless look. Can't go wrong with that. You know I'm a big Strider Hiryu fan, so I can't help but admire that. Lightning is a super cool element as well. Pair it with the ninja moves. Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that either. Emergency, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Tris, you did a great job drawing him. I love that this artwork on the left here looks like splash artwork. And you'll see that later in the slideshow as well for Tris's own character. But like it looks like splash artwork, and I love that so much. He's a little show off. Yeah, I like that too. The idea that he's like super speedy, but he's got like the ninja moves. He's also trained in a variety of different weapons as well. The picture here on the right, of course, you have him like winking and he's like showing off his muscles. So obviously he will be a tough opponent. I think on top of that, being also electric attuned, I think would also give him an advantage over water. So I think that would also be really tough to keep up with. Definitely got to watch out for that lightning imbued katana. And also katana means extra range. So I think he would be a fierce opponent, especially for our elemental matchup. But I have pretty good senses and I'm pretty good at tactics. So maybe I could find a way around it, although it'd probably take a while to get used to seeing all the teleporting and ninja moves before I start get the hang of actually figuring out how to counter with this. So it's going to be an uphill battle for me, but I'm up for the challenge. And he's super cool. How can I say no to that? Thank you so much for submitting your character. Ryuji looks super cool. I also love seeing all these other like frog characters as well. Like I know it's like a very like niche thing to have like frog-based characters, but I love seeing them when I do because they're always so fun and creative. There's so many things you could do with different types of frogs, and I'm glad that like I could be reunited with other frog lovers as well the more I stream and do stuff as well. So that's super cool. Thanks for submitting Ryuji to us, Winter. You have like 12 frog OCs. I could tell from your username. That's good though. I want to see all of them. Next, we have Iris Lumen Miel from Blue Sky and Twitter, and this is their character drawn by themselves. Let's read about Iris. So this is their V2 persona, and Iris doesn't fight, but Iris is very scary looking. Iris has two forms, one that's closer to a human to be less scary, and a shadow monster form. Abilities, drawing, gaming, and cooking, especially yummy desserts. Fun fact, there are many reasons that Iris made two forms. One is to show the two different art styles, which is drawing cute things, but also scary and horrifying things, and also because they're a Gemini. I think that's really cool, especially people that are really versatile in their artwork to being able to draw like really cutesy stuff, but also really like scary stuff. I think that's a great talent and skill to have. I love the little details like the crescent moon in the eyes here. And you can see some of her other form on the right. But then also on the left you have like the needs more iron and protein bit. I think that's cool. I am such a sucker for translucent fabric on designs, especially on ladies. I think it looks really nice. So having that like star themed kind of skirt there with the translucent fabric, I think is very striking, and also the same fabric on her arms, very pretty, very pretty. I think I put the picture of your second form on the next slide. Did I do that? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Ooh, I like this. Moon is detached and thin as paper. We have like these kind of spirally eyes. Mouth and eyes can be expressed in any way, simple or complex. You have different expressions here, and then you also have like the teeth, and also the silly like singing or whistling picture here. I also really like how you gave her non-human proportions, like the long arms and also like the the animalistic legs. I think it really gives her like a striking appearance and a striking silhouette. And we know that when it comes to design of characters, silhouettes are very important. Not to mention also the kind of wispy outline, like the shadowy, wispy outline along the edges. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So Iris isn't really a fighter specifically, but she makes a good dessert. Let's chat over some tea and biscuits or whatever demons like to eat or or whatnot. Let's sit down for some food. I'll try some of your baking. I bet it's really good. Yeah, very otherworldly. There we go. You promise it's actually strawberry cakes. Okay. So not made from humans or whatever. That's super cool. Thanks for sharing your character, Iris. Go check out Iris. This is their VTuber persona too, so go watch their streams. Next up, we have Senem coming to us from Evils for Reals on Twitter, and the art down at the bottom drawn by Art Roan and the Damn Thin Guy. Let's read about this character. So this is Senem. He's a 25-year-old member of a resistance movement. He lives in a city with a magical hierarchy tied to specific words. Those with stronger words live lavishly, while people with more confusing words fight to survive. He's also gay as hell if the outfit didn't give it away. At 18, Senem was gifted the ability to use magic, but every spell he cast had to utilize the word orb in it. Senem can conjure and manipulate orbs and spheres of varying sizes and speeds and velocities with different effects, from poison orbs to ones that reverse gravity in an area. His word, his belief in his own abilities, and his imagination are his only limitations. For his finishing move, Senem conjures an orb that halts or freezes an opponent in place. He places an orb around his fist to empower his physical strength. He leaps forward and strikes his foe, shattering the orb, holding them in place to send them flying. I love martial artists. I love martial artist characters. I love the idea of this, like, using words, and everyone has like their own word that they're kind of born with, and his word is orb, which gives him a lot of unique ways to use it, like reversing gravity or stopping time. That's a really unique way of doing it. I love seeing, like, in both video games or anime or whatever, you have the characters that have like martial arts, but they have some kind of ability, and then the way they like kind of tie the two together, like combine their martial arts together with this ability of theirs and use it in like a unique fashion to build a unique fighting style. I love that. I love that kind of stuff. And of course, the art is really nice here too. I love the smug expression he has here on the right. Like, he's like, I know I could beat you kind of look, you know? Senem's a cool character. Let's open up the tier list. So I think in just like a straight up martial arts fight, it'd probably be, you know, a pretty close match. But the fact that he has these like orbs that can do things like reverse gravity or stop time, gotta watch out for that. Definitely would be a difficult opponent to deal with. So I think it would be like moving into the fierce tier where it's like, what's gonna happen? We don't really know. How well can I adapt? to those different abilities and like figure out what he's about to do. Because I guess one disadvantage is that because he has to say the word out loud, that might also be like more of a tell. But until I know what each thing does, then that's going to be a difficult fight. So I think it'll be a fierce battle. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Evils. Huangxi, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I can't remember if I said hi to you coming in, Rain, but hello. A belated hello. Next up, we have from Keenan Knight, Zipili, also drawn by themselves. And Keenan is also another person I've seen around and seen his art grow over the years as well, as he submitted his characters and stuff like that too. So I love the strides that Keenan's been making in his art. Like, look at the details on this character, like especially seeing like where your art has come over the years, and you're adding more characters or more like details to your characters and stuff. I think that's super cool. So this character is Zipili. He's an original character that Keenan made for the world of Genshin Impact. He's a horse-inspired character, which is their Chinese year, and the region is Natlan in the game. So it's also Year of the Horse, so happy Year of the Horse to you, Keenan. It is your year. This character uses Ngolo-style martial arts, or Ngolo the dancing fighting style. His element is Geo, or Earth, and his high horse kicks can be tough to block. His ultimate move, or elemental burst, is called Terra Horse Stampede. As the name suggests, he could summon a stampede of horses for AoE damage for 15 seconds. I love the details on the outfit. I love the horses in the back. Horses are difficult to draw. I had a friend who got really good at drawing horses, and seeing like just how much she had to study to get there, and like all the like horse stuff that she had to look up to do that it's a lot of work. So like anyone who can even like attempt to draw horses is like already amazing artists in my book. Obviously martial artists, love to see that. Powerful horse kicks and the ability to use Geo Elemental, which is Earth. Probably be a fierce fight, especially if he can summon horses for like an AoE stomping as well. So I think I think the running theme that we've been seeing a lot with these characters is, we have like the martial artist side, but then we take into account their abilities on top of that, and they become more potent. And I don't know the extent of these abilities, but I know horses are also like very strong. And at least in Grand Blue terms, I'm an Earth main. Earth beats water as well. So that is a uphill battle. Definitely for sure. But super cool character design, and I like the colors too. The green going with like the blue purple, and then the yellow background as the accent. Very cool. Thanks for sharing your character, Keenan. Want to see more of your art going forward. Next, we have Neko coming to us from Hakaze4295 on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm sure you must have seen Neko around on Twitter or Blue Sky, our friend Hakaze. And I just have to tell the story too. So the artwork on the left here is by Dark H, and also in the background you can see on the scoreboard there's a cameo that says Yishen on the scoreboard as well. So apparently, I've become closer friends with Hakaze during the past like 1.5 years. I think is when we started talking a little bit more. I'd seen him around on Twitter before, and he's like interacted with my posts before, but we've really only been talking for like 1.5 years. And he told me that he had actually been following my art or my characters for like 10 years or something like that. And the first time he ever saw my character was he saw Yishen drawn by Dark here on DeviantArt. And that was like one of the first, well, not like the first, but one of the earliest commissions I ever got of Yushen. So that means that Hakaze's been like following my my characters and me for like 10 years. And so he was like inspired by seeing that artwork of Yushen, and that inspired him to develop his characters and like get art of them as well, which is also something like a few people have told me in the past, that they told me that like seeing me getting art of my characters like inspired them to get art of their characters, and they found great joy in that. And so Hakaze had wanted to see Neko in dark style for a while, because that was like the first art that he saw Yushen with. And so Dark is an amazing artist, and Dark also has like quite a long wait list because so many people want to commission him. So when Hakaze finally got the chance to commission Dark, it was almost like everything had come full circle. And it's super cool too. There is also like an animated version of this artwork here where like the spotlight switches between the two versions of Neko, which I'm going to read his profile in a second, so you'll understand that in a second. So there's actually an animated version of it too, although it didn't really show up well on the slideshow, so I had to use the static version here. But you can check it out on Hakaze's Twitter, and Blue Sky has retweeted it as well, which is super cool. And also this amazing collage here on the right, which is by Techi-kun, who I also had the pleasure of working with in the past with all these different outfits, is super cool. Let me actually read the profile instead of just yapping. And thanks for coming by, Iris. Hope you have a good rest. We'll catch you next time. So, and the animated version is by Easy Boy Animation on Twitter and VGen. I'll read this verbatim because I know Hakaze is like really good at writing. While perhaps better known as the fighting champion of a pro wrestling league, Neko, which is his ring name, actually runs a PI agency by day, and between various gigs ranging from finding lost pets to tracking down wayward heiresses or even infiltrating shady organizations, he can often be found tracking down some forgotten relic or text in a long-lost library or ruins. He's accompanied by a retinue of associates, the most prominent among their number being Faux Pas, a stalwart and constant companion, and Watson to his Holmes. However, running an agency takes money, and big jobs are far and few in between. Finding the occasional lost pet simply doesn't pay enough to keep the lights on. As such, he often finds himself moonlighting at odd jobs between gigs, from the mundane, such as being a lifeguard at a local pool or part-time chirurgeon at a local sanatorium, to the extreme, like gravure shots, espionage, and stealth missions, inclusive of the occasional wet work. As an indefatigable private investigator with a knack for analytical reasoning, Neko possesses a level of tactical acumen and keen observation that serves him well in his myriad roles. His wide skill set is likewise useful, but most notable is his knowledge of curative arts and anatomy that serves him well as a back-alley chirurgeon that can be called on demand for high-profile clients in need of private treatment on the down low. And such intimate knowledge of the ins and outs of the human body are used to great effect by someone who is not bound by any Hippocratic oath. After all, knowledge used to mend can likewise be used to maim. Having an understanding of where the fault lines on one's physique may be, precisely just where to aim and target so as to inflict the highest degree of debilitation, or just how far joints can go before ligaments start to fray, is useful not only to a submission specialist in the ring, but also a stealth operative. In the ring, Neko adopts a technical and counter-oriented offense, exploiting his opponent's openings while implanting weak spots and points of failure in an opponent's defense, that ultimately culminates in a moment of critical and absolute failure for his foe as their dance reaches its apotheosis. However, such luxuriation in the thrill of battle and epic storytelling is absent when he dons the mantle of a stealth operative. Silently and with surgical precision, he strikes from the shadows, incapacitating his foes. He prefers bloodless takedowns and minimal casualties, but if push comes to shove, he'll unleash his ultimate technique, tapping deep into his well of eldritch arcanum and summoning ritual circles that blast his foe from myriad directions as shadow clones appear, juggling and staggering them, even as Neko himself materializes behind his mark and stabs them right through the back, impaling them with a blade fused from the deepest shadow and his own life blood. Man of many talents. you could say. So like he's not only like a submission specialist in the wrestling ring, but he's also like a private detective. He's a doctor. He is a stealth operative. This man could do it all. That is the full package right there. So I think that if it was just like straight up just, fighting in the ring, wrestling match, it would probably be like a close fight. But knowing the fact that he has all this stuff too, like all his medical knowledge, all his like ninja skills, all his like anatomical usage towards doing like submissions, not to mention the fact that he's also like a Final Fantasy 14 character, which we know already. Like if you play Final Fantasy 14, you already know how much being a warrior of light like elevates your entire resume by like many degrees. This is gonna be like a really uphill battle. This is gonna be really tough to match on that level, knowing all that information. And I love how, when it comes to Hakaze's character, like just how much he has fleshed him out and like how much detail goes into building every single little bit of his character, like from his companions, like Faux here, the little fox dude, or all his other like Final Fantasy 14 oriented jobs and his Final Fantasy 14 oriented like minions and stuff like that too. He's tough. He's a tough cookie for sure. And also super cool. Go check out Hakaze on Twitter and Blue Sky when you get a chance to see more artwork of Neko from various artists that I've also had the chance of working with as well. Yeah, he has like a diverse range of different outfits too, which is super cool. So you don't want to miss out. Go check it out. Go find Hakaze on all the social media. And you might also find some cool artists to commission too while you're at it. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Hakaze. Always love to see a character that is not only like a cool fighter, like in a like wrestling ring or an MMA ring or boxing ring or whatever you have, but also their life outside of that and all the things that they can do. Very cool. Thank you, Hakaze. Next up, we have Krin from Suzudesu on Twitter and Blue Sky with their character. And their character is... Krin is a Tales of original character who is a young, cynical mercenary with a bit of a temper. She and her brother discover they are reincarnations of celestial warriors, and that leads her on a journey to find the origins and accepting her fate to fully reincarnate her powers. Krin's combat style and arts range from brutal and powerful, as she doesn't follow the traditional rules of swordplay, therefore having a more slightly reckless yet improvised attacks. She will resort to punching if necessary, or if she simply wants to surprise her opponent. Her finishing move is a shooting star motif. Her opponent's surroundings would darken except for the night sky above them. Although there are many stars, there is one that is the brightest among them. It glimmers before revealing Krin's silhouette, and like a shooting star, she glows and plunges towards her opponent for a few seconds before disappearing. I love the Tales series. I could definitely see the inspiration here. Like the portrait on the right has the makings of like a Tales sketch portrait, and then the portrait on the left has the makings of like a mystic art cut in, like an ultimate attack cut in, which is super cool. I want to know more about this character. Elegant swordplay, star designs, this like purple color scheme. She looks elegant as well, while also being super cool and badass. I love the big like earring she has with the star motif on it, and the collar too has like an interesting design upon it as well. Yeah, the whole star motif is really, really cool. I love characters like this. It is one of my weaknesses. Also, I just love the fact that the hilt of the sword has this like wispy cloth coming out from it as well. I want to know more about this character. I want to play this Tales game, you know what I mean? So yet again, we come across a character who is swordsman, has special abilities, star themed, Also not afraid to do some close quarters combat. So even just relieving her of her weapon is not enough to take her out of commission. So I think based on that, and also like the cool finishing move, we have another fierce competitor on our hands. We have a lot of fierce competitors up here as well. Dang. Looks like I have my work cut out for me, don't I? Thanks for sharing your character with us, Suzu. I want to know more about Kryn. We got to play this Tails game. And especially as someone who also, like, my first original characters were, like, Fire Emblem characters and then Tales of characters, so I completely know where you're coming from. Thank you for sharing. Next, we have Serafina Tenshino, and this is their character, and you can find them on Twitch as well. Let's read about Serafina. Serafina is a Holy Knight VTuber. She's trained with both knights and priests during her time at the church where she was raised. She quickly rose through the ranks and made a name for herself there. She's a skilled sword and shield wielder and has holy magic abilities as well. She's more of a protector than an attacker, so her fighting style is defensive. She wields protective armor as well. And for her finishing move, it just says Smite in capital letters. This is beautiful artwork. I love the background, especially on the right. That shooting star, along with like the red and purple orange cosmos in the background, is very striking with her. And I also love the fact that she's not like, when I say like she's non-human, but when you think of like a Holy Knight character, you may not think of a character who has like red skin like this. And I think that's a really cool like color contrast with her silver armor as well. Plus, look at those abs and her ears, and she also has different colored eyes. She has heterochromia, so that's really cool. I think that all comes together really well. Like it's a very cohesive design with a nice color palette, but also has all these little hidden details in it as well. Even just like the design on her chest plate has like a little heart on it too, but then the vertical lines kind of give the look of what I would see like a more traditional like paladin type of armor that you might see as well. But you can tell that it's also like easy to move in and a little bit more like agile than like a big like chunky piece of armor, you know? And it shows off her super cool bod as well, so that's also a plus. This is tricky because I think she's more of a defensive type of character. So in a way, she's almost kind of like Crescentia's character as well. But I feel like because she's a little bit less offense oriented than him, so being able to block and be defensive and take care of attacks like that would definitely help her in terms of like tenacity and stamina. But I think that if her offense isn't quite like the same level as some of these other characters we've seen, it might be more of like a close match in this case. Although she does have her holy powers, which we don't really know specifically where her holy powers, what that entails in this case too. So I think depending on that answer, it could bump her up into like the next tier. But I think just to be on the safe side, it's also either way, regardless of whether it's in the close match or the fierce match tier, I think they're all like going to be really cool spectacles to watch anyways. So I think this would be a cool fight to see. And also just a really cool character. Oh. Was that, did I not even show the tier list while I was doing that? Anyways, I put her here while I was saying all that. Yeah, but I think she could be bumped up to here depending on what her holy abilities entail and also her other abilities. But being more defensive also puts her on the back foot a little bit here. Not saying that she's easy to take down though. That'd still be a tough fight. Thank you so much for your submission, Serafina. Super cool character. Go check her out on Twitch to see her stream with this model. Next, from Curtis, we have Isseria Eterna. So we've seen Curtis's other characters before, and this is the mother of those other characters that he has submitted in the past. So Isseria Eterna is married to Oswald Curtis. She's the mother of Damon, Iosif, and Aran, her 3 sons, who we've seen on previous fighter flights. She's a master martial artist and has the ability to control elements, and is a grandmaster in her martial arts academy. A seeker of knowledge, she forged a covenant with the Massa, a god of time, to grant her and her family immortality. If the knowledge she gains is used for evil, or to tip the balance of the world, time will return to her and her loved ones and bring about their end. Isseria has put her adventuring days on pause to be a mother to her 3 sons. Although they're all grown up, they are still her babies. She loves the wuxia genre very much. She enjoys video games and loves fantasy and romance novels. When teaching martial arts to her students, she will give her moves random wuxia-themed names. Although not shown, Isseria enjoys the thrill of battle and will always respect her opponents. She is known as the Jade Phoenix, a title that is bestowed upon her by the Celestial Fist Conclave. When near defeat, Isseria would always find a second wind and fight her opponent even more ferociously. Her ability to come back stronger after almost being defeated was akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. She's able to speak many different languages due to her studies and is one of very few who speaks Celestial, the language of the gods. She can cook very well, and her specialty is cooking dim sum, as well as making delicious hot pot. She eats a lot, and she needs a lot of energy for her daily life, studying, training, controlling the elements, house chores, etc. Her finishing move is called Heaven-Piercing True Reality Fist. It's an unblockable punch where she focuses all the elements in her fist. The elements will guide her as she dashes forward with the punch, ensuring her strike lands true. The punch will crumble any and all defenses and at the same time cause elemental degradation. Elemental degradation is when the elements will attack the opponent's physical body, psyche, and even soul. This attack causes an instability in the opponent's body, which causes exhaustion and weakness. Isseria can choose whether to make her finishing move lethal or non-lethal. Random fun fact, she's a lightweight. At one point in time, she attended a business dinner with her husband, Oswald. She accidentally drank red wine thinking it was juice and got very drunk. This led to Oswald to bring her back to the hotel room, where the events of that night later resulted in the birth of their second child. She is so cool. She's got the whole package. Good at fighting, good at cooking, plays video games as well. Blessed by the god of time. I love her. She's super cool. I love the art on the right, how it has like all the different elements on it, but also has like the phoenix rising in the background. That is awesome. And also like the design on her dress. I love a good like oriental, like martial arts, like wuxia inspired design as well. And a cool pattern there. It's got like the phoenix pattern on it as well. What a badass. What a badass. I love her. So, in the past, we had Curtis's other characters, her 3 sons. I think they were all like in the fierce battle tier because they're all really strong martial artists, but they have like special abilities. I think by just virtue of her being their mentor and also being like super powerful, she has to be above them, right? Because like if they're here, like she has to be above them. I kind of like, I don't want to put another tier between these two, but I think if it existed, that's where she would be. But like the only reason why like putting her here means like not a good idea to fight, as in I probably would rather run away or like flight than fight her. But I still want to fight her. She's gonna kick my ass, but I still want to fight her. So I think the wording here is, I guess I kind of made the wording a bit ambiguous here, so that kind of works to my favor. I think she's definitely in a tier above the orange tier here. But for lack of having a tier between these two, between the red and the orange, I think she's going to have to go there, especially if Curtis's other characters go down here. Yeah, we'll fight, and then she can give me some of her amazing dim sum and hot pot afterwards. Yeah, fun to fight. I might just die. But she can control her special ability to be lethal or non-lethal, so that's nice. That's nice. Always like reading about Curtis's characters, especially because they all have like a shared world. and relations. So look forward to more of that. Go check out Curtis. Want to find out more about his characters. Thank you for submission, Curtis. Always a pleasure. Next, we have from our friend Yule, or the Lucky Floof, on Twitter. This is his character, Yunin. This is a Final Fantasy XIV screenshot. So this is Yunin. This is an alternative version of their main original character from Final Fantasy XIV, Yule, but has since been made into his own character with the introduction of shards in the Final Fantasy XIV world lore, which led to his creation as one of Yule's shards. So this is like a shard, a different version of Yule from a different reflection. Although they share similar traits physically and share love for battle, they act very different from each other, with Yunin having a more cocky, bad boy personality compared to Yule's more friendly, down-to-earth, and chill personality. Although Yunin excels at physical combat, he'd actually classify more as a mage type to those who've seen him fight, with a bountiful amount of ether and rather in-depth knowledge in the magic arts from the shard he's able to dip that magic into that falls outside the 6 main elements like space and time, but only seldomly does he use it in battle unless he found a particularly fun opponent. He's also skilled in a unique form of healing, but rarely is it used for himself as he developed it more for the sake of extending his battles. Yunin enjoys making his opponents squirm at his feet as he breaks them, a very clear power kink for sure. Though his opponents always live through their encounters with him, he patches them up, although they're usually far too traumatized to consider a rematch with him. So Yule is one of my close friends, and so I have the privilege of knowing more about his characters, and I think it's super cool, and I think this has happened to a lot of us, where you make like a version of one of your characters for some purpose or another, and then that version eventually grows to become something else entirely. And I think that's super cool, because it's like, like the creativity takes its own reins and becomes a mind of its own and blossoms and creates and births new characters and ideas. And that's the beauty of it, right? That's the fun of it. So I like that you've had your character Yule and then he has sprung forth into these other like versions and has been like an outlet for your creativity and stuff like that too. And just like I said before, having like someone who's like a martial artist, but they also have access to other abilities that they incorporate into their martial arts in a way that is like marrying the two forms together, in this case like magic and martial arts together, is always really fun to see. And I know Yunin has like a really fun personality. Being a Final Fantasy XIV character, that already puts him up into like the fierce battle tier for sure, because we all know Final Fantasy XIV characters can challenge gods and take them down and also be super cool. But knowing what I know about him as a character, I know that he is gonna be quite the handful. Probably not someone you want to take lightly. I'd want to fight him, but just once. I feel like once is enough, especially considering the way he likes to toy with his foes. I think might be maybe no round two. Maybe no round two in that case. So fight for fun, but just once. But just once. And I just like how I love the trope of when you have a character that you like or have created, and they're like, your more heroic version, and then you have like the alternate version, like the fallen version, or the possessed version, or like the evil version. Not saying that Yunin is like evil, but like someone whose personality is in direct contrast to their usual self. I'm such a sucker for that trope. I'm such a sucker for that trope, so I think that's super cool. Thank you for submitting your character, Yule. I know you're usually a little shy about sharing your characters, but I always enjoy learning about them and sharing them with other people. Next, we have Doppelgrizz from Doppelgrizz, who's a streamer. You can find him on Twitter and Blue Sky and also Twitch. Here's his character. We've seen his character on previous Fighter Flights, but I think we have some new information this time as well. So this is Doppelgrizz. He is a 5'6" bear adventure VTuber with his partner in crime. It's a mimic named Chompy. And Doppel is a foodie, hence the chubby stomach, but also loves traveling to different worlds, trying unique cuisines, and doing quests for a living in a guild called Fantasian Headquarters. He specializes at defense with dual shields, but if needed can go on the offense with staff and ancient tome. For the abilities, he has provided another image, which I have on the next slide for more information. Has the ability to talk to animals, demons, beastkin, and spirits. Jack of some trades with different job classes like pilot, thief, swordsman, and other classes just for experience. But as mentioned, his main class is a tank. He rarely fights people unless needed, or if taking assassination quests or getting requested to have matches with people, since he always tells them if they're really sure they actually want to fight. His ultimate move is World End Devourer, one of his special finishing moves. As someone who possesses not only common elementals like fire or nature, he also has dark magic from his training. He channels his bear instincts combined with his common deadly sin, which is gluttony, plus dark magic. He can turn into a ferocious eldritch bear that devours anything, erasing existence, similar to food getting dissolved in your stomach. That is kind of terrifying. So here we have pictures of Doppel. The artwork on the right specifically says that the artist wishes to remain anonymous, so it's not that he did not credit his artist, it's just the artist has chosen not to be revealed, so that's why it says that, for anyone who is wondering. So the next slide, we've seen this picture before on a previous Fight or Flight, but it's Doppel's weapons into greater depth. So we have his shields, Heaven and Hell, signature twin shields, blessed by angels and demons, crafted by the smithing god. Both shields are made from rare adamantine from Doppel's travels, and they are unbreakable. Paradiso is a holy shield blessed by the heavens, protects against any ailments, with recovery rate for health and mana increased by 20%. Inferno is the dark shield blessed by the underworld, protects against fatal attacks, and grants random debuffs when opponents take damage from Inferno. Passive skills, both shields, boomerang effect, so they can be returned, high physical and elemental resistance, summon and hide. With mana, user can summon or hide both shields, grants a speed increase of 50% when both shields are present. Fallen Staff of the Monkey King. From his rigorous training with the Monkey King, Doppel was bestowed a copy of the King's Staff forged with Ghidorah's dragon scales, adamantine, and a jeweled branch of Horai. Monkey King Blessing. As a gift, the staff is blessed with the same abilities as the original King's Staff. It can extend and shrink at the user's will, and it is unbreakable. Blessing of the God of the Underworld. Doppel didn't want to make his staff look an ability similar to the Monkey King, so he went to the Underworld to bless his new staff. Using mana and pouring it into the staff, it produces a sharp energy sickle with a menacing aura based from the user's rage. Passive skills. Staff Return. Intimidation aura that casts random debuff on enemies. Vampiric damage upon getting hit by the sickle, immune to instant death. He also has the Ancient Tome of Historia, a book bestowed by Historia, the goddess of history and timelines. It's covered with sturdy minotaur leather, bronze-colored tungsten, metal parts and chains, and futuristic paper that updates everything. Inspect record, records of everything. The ability to check history of any worlds from different time and space, similar to the internet. All events, people, monsters, items, accessories, equipments are recorded. Every single thing. Spells and summons. As the book has all recordings of different worlds, so are all their spells and summons. Can conjure them as long as the user has enough mana required. Passive skill. Summon or hide. Summons or hides the tome with mana. Book is usable only to Doppel Grizz. Overcome can lead to drunk state, and Historia watches over you. So a lot of stuff to digest here. I love how detailed these weapons are. Look at the shields with the bear motif and the wings. You have like the heavenly wing and like the demonic wing. And then you also have like the details like the scythe on the staff, and then also the book. Look at how detailed that book is. You guys can't really completely see it, but it has a lot of details on it with like magic glyphs and like a belt and a chain and like a decorative part on the spine. Alba's got it all. He's got blessings from multiple different gods and places, reaching from heaven to hell to the Monkey King to the underworld to the book that is literally the internet, from the goddess of history and time. That is quite the loadout, and definitely not something that you want to mess with. So back to Doppel. I love the contrast too between Doppel having like a modern outfit. Like he's got like the cozy bear hat, he's got like a jacket with a fur lining and the bandana, and like a belt with a cool bear buckle, and like boots and pants, and then some like leg guards. So like a more like modern appeal, and also the detail of him having like the bear paw on the bottom of his shoe there. But then he's got all these like mythological weapons like shields and scythes and books and staves from gods and goddesses from beyond space and time. So I like that contrast. It's very not something you would guess at just first glance. And Chompy's super cute. I love mimics are cool, but how like a cute mimic is like beyond that, right? I think just on like Doppel himself, if I were just to look at him and not know much about his lore, I would have been like, oh yeah, he'd be like we'd have like a friendly fight or like a close match or whatever. But I think he's not kidding when he says if people challenge him to a fight, he asks them if they are really sure, because he has the entire world in his hands. He has the entire world at his disposal there. So like, not to mention the fact that he's got like a super seemingly impregnable defense, but on top of that, he's like constantly like regenerating his own health. He's like life stealing from you with his staff. He's got a book that can tell him anything inside it. He's got like everything. I feel like that, like knowing all that lore now, it's like, oh, not to be trifled with. Definitely not to be trifled with. He's the whole package. Thank you so much for submitting your character to us, Doppel. Next, we have Li Huan from YJHism on Twitter, and they draw all their own art. They're really cool artists that I also follow as well, so you should go check them out and follow them on Twitter. Let's read about this cool character. So this is Li Huan. He's an office worker who's constantly buried in overtime because his boss keeps dumping extra work on him. After hours, he vents all that pent-up anger by beating up gangs in alleyways. He's super fast at using his bat, and his finishing move, he trips the other person and bonks them on the head from behind, and boom, they are done gone. Crying emoji. I love their art style so much. I love how you have like this character with all these like black parts on his outfit, but the way they've been colored has like blue shading on them and yellow lighting on them that gives them this extra depth on it that really adds to like the stylistic nature of their outfit. And I think that's really, really cool, because I think characters sometimes, you know, you even if you have like a cool design, if your color palette sometimes is more muted, sometimes it's difficult to convey. So then the art style comes into play there, and I think that's where this really excels with the art style. Like even just seeing like the brushstrokes on his outfit and like the texturing on it, the stitches in his coat lining and stuff like that too. Like that is really cool. I love this type of art. Even you can see the inside of his jacket. He has that like diamond shaped crisscross like fabric on the inside, even though most of the time you probably don't see the inside of his jacket until the odd time he raises his arm. And then when you do, it's like, whoa, like that's really cool too, right? And I'm such a sucker for leather jackets, but even more so than that, like leather jackets with like a unique, cool design on them. Even more so if you look at like the back view of his leather jacket, he has that like crisscross pattern on the shoulder, but it's like only on the shoulder section. I am such a sucker for that. And his hair too. He's got like a little blue like sprout in the middle of it, which adds like an extra dimension to it as well. So the thing is, it says Li Huan outfit 2 here. I want to see his outfit 1 as well. It's probably like an older or like a previous version of it. So you could probably go find more of his art on their Twitter, which I highly recommend you do. Go follow them and find out more about both their characters and their art. I think they're open for commissions as well on VGen. So if you like what you see here, go commission them. So he's a really cool character. I think that also I like the idea that he's like an office worker and then he takes out his frustration on like beating up gang members. I love that. And like with a baseball bat too, which is like usually the baseball bat's the weapon used by the delinquents, right? But this time you're beating up the delinquents with the baseball bat. I love that. But given that he doesn't have like superhuman abilities, but he definitely has like more of a like he still has it doesn't say whether or not he has like combat training, but I'm assuming that if he's going around, beating up people with his baseball bat or whatever, he must have some kind of combat acumen as well. So I'm gonna put him here. Like a straight up fight, no strings attached, no magic, no special abilities, but he does have a bat, which gives him extra range. But it might be offset by the fact that he might not have as much like formal combat training as someone else might, who's like a dedicated martial artist like myself. Either way, it'll be a fun close match, and then maybe we can go get some drinks or something afterwards. Would be pretty cool. Again, cool character, cool artist. Go check him out. Thank you so much for submitting. Next, we have from Trissa Frog, who we saw their art earlier, another frog boy, Greg. I just love your art so much. Again, just like I mentioned before, on the left, it looks like splash artwork. And I love that. I love that so much. And like paint aesthetic, I love paint aesthetic. Let's read about Greg. So this is Greg, and they use they-them pronouns, and he's a half-pickerel frog, half-human who was once left behind by their family. They lived on the streets for quite a while, but they developed a lot of skills in order to gain money, though dancing and painting are their favorites. Eventually, a group of frog people found them while they were out on a night and decided to help them out. This made them join an organization of heroes in which they've slowly grown their skills, but also gained some combat abilities and slowly managed to rebuild their life. They don't really fight often and usually prefer to find peaceful ways to resolve problems. They also care about their friends and loved ones a lot, known to be very good with their words, so it's not rare to see them help others, including a few elders that they've befriended. His ability to control colors extends to more aggressive uses such as slinging paint balls at enemies. They're also quite flexible and strong, and they seem to be able to fight almost as if they were practicing capoeira, although not really as exact or precise. Ooh, that's cool. However, when it comes to dancing or any artistic skill, such as drawing, painting, or sculpting, Greg is very much unmatched, though they are always willing to teach what they've learned to others. While their skills in gaming are present, they seem to enjoy it a lot. One last thing is that they are apparently a pretty decent cook. They can only cook their hometown specialties. They were adopted by a former knight of a mare queendom, but they weren't the only person adopted to that family, and they have a younger sister who just so happens to be the princess of the queendom. They bicker just as siblings do, but they care a lot for each other, and their dyed blonde tips were actually an idea of hers. As an extra fun fact, the hat they wear is actually their first ever purchase, and they keep it with them forever as a precious item, even if they aren't wearing it at the time. We love frog boys in this house. Yeah, the frog fandom grows every day. I love, like, there's that, again, I mentioned this before, like, there's that niche for, like, frog boys. Like, it's not something we find, like, super common, but every time I seem to run across it, they all seem to have, like, aesthetics that I specifically like. So it works out perfectly. Also, capoeira is a super cool fighting style. Mix it in with, like, the paint abilities and whatnot. That is super cool. I love the use of colors here. I love that you can see exactly what his personality looks like just by looking at his expression. His eyes are really pretty. And the fact that you've also done like an entire graffiti background on that artwork. And the little paint splatters too. I love paint splatters. So he is skilled in combat, but he doesn't practice combat as much. But he does know capoeira, and he also has like control of paint, which is pretty cool. I would think that if we were to get into a fight, it'd be something closer to like a friendly match. I feel would better be suited for his personality. I'm sure that if he kicks it up a notch, he could definitely like, go up and move here. But I think in terms of seeing that he's more of like a pacifist and he prefers to talk with his words, I think it'd just be more of like a friendly, like get to know you kind of fight, and then we go and have some food together or something like that. And he's just really adorable. And he's an artist. We could commission him. Go check out Trissa Frog when you get a chance, and follow them if you want some more amazing art and frog boys as well. I want to see more of your frog boys. If you have like 12 of them, and I'm sure your army's growing by the day too, I want to see more of them. Thank you for feeding us with your frog boys. Always love to see them. And thank you for sharing Greg with us. Next, we have Luke Aurora, our friend. Find him on Twitch. He's a streamer. Super, super cool. With Licorice Whittaker. And we saw this character on our original character showcase stream with Kieran. So this is Licorice Whittaker, which is a Dungeons and Dragons character whose campaign recently finished. And she's a former noblewoman who had to flee her home after getting possessed and killing her parents and fiancé. She's vain, stuck up, and temperamental, but she has a kind side that won't abandon people in need and deep-seated trauma that's left her wanting for companionship and purpose. Occasionally, the dark side that appeared one day will surface again, drawing on Licorice's anguish to compel her to attack others indiscriminately, but she has been looking for a way to rid herself of it. She does not enjoy fighting and would much sooner use deception, persuasion, or seduction, all three which she's very skilled at to get her way or escape danger. She is a human sorcerer. She possesses innate magic stemming from a divine blessing received from angels when she was a sickly infant. This blessing of Selûne, goddess of the moon, allows her to use spells to various effects, usually supportive in nature. Although her repertoire of spells is a lot of healing and defensive magic, a short distance teleport, charm, and hypnosis spells, and a small number of attack spells utilizing moon and starlight. She can also fly with spectral wings, and can passively use simple weapons like a quarterstaff or crossbow, although it's much less effective than her magic. Due to the meddling of a fallen angel, Licorice's blessing also contains a curse born of Shar, the goddess of night, and Selûne's evil twin sister. On rare occasions, this curse manifests a dark side that turns her supportive magic into a much deadlier dark magic that violently drains the life from its targets. She herself can't control this magic or call upon it intentionally. Fun fact, on one occasion, her party had to put on a morality play in order to purify some dwarven spirits of virtue who have been corrupted. She took on the role of director and got really, really into it. She got the entire town of dwarves in on it and pushed everyone really hard. She pulled all-nighters to rehearse and used her own healing magic to get rid of sleep deprivation. She even started wearing fake glasses and a massive scarf just for the drama teacher vibes. She also auditioned fair and square for the play herself, but only received a minor role as a messenger angel. Despite being attacked by fiends mid-performance and nearly dying, the play was a smashing success, with Licorice and her party improvising their way through the combat as best as they could. She ended up enjoying the experience and the attention so much that when she puts an end to her adventuring days, she decided to become an actress. I love that lore. That sounds like so much fun. I'm such a sucker for characters that start off being like more standoffish and seemingly like a little bit more antisocial, and then they turns out that they have a really kind side to them, and then they find the one thing that they really love and start really getting into it. That is such a good trope. That is so much fun. And the idea of like orchestrating an entire play and then getting really into it when one's like usual thing is adventuring and doing that, and then getting involved in like a play and directing it and auditioning for it, becoming a drama teacher, getting everyone in on it, to the point where she's using like her magic to keep herself going, and then having the play attacked by monsters mid-performance, and then like having to improvise that into the plate. Like that sounds like such a fun episode. Like that's such a fun like side quest. I love that. Not to mention the whole like she's got that other side to her, and it completely like changes the way all her magic works. And you can see here, like, even the flower on her head changes as well, and not to mention her color scheme and the sclare of her eyes. That's so much fun, and that is I love like the way that the character story is told through design and appearance, even without making her design like ultra complicated, but it still conveys all that stuff. That's so much fun. That's so much fun. So she is a skilled combatant, but she also prefers not to fight. She prefers to use like her persuasion and deception, but she does have magic, and she also has that unpredictable other side to her, which we don't really know when it's going to come out because she doesn't have direct control over it. So I think it could really be like a toss up between here and here. I think just given the unpredictable nature of it, and also like if the magic involves things like hypnosis and teleportation and stuff, which she can integrate into physical combat, I think that sounds like it would give her an edge and also be really fun as well. So I think I'll put her here. I think that works out pretty well. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Luke. I love hearing about your characters and telling your stories you have from D&D. That's so much fun. Thank you, thank you. Next, we have Scythe by Raven F6. You can find him on Twitter, DeviantArt, Pixiv, and Blue Sky. He drew his own character, and just like a lot of other people we've seen throughout the Fireflights, he's submitted characters multiple times, and every time I'm just so impressed by how much his art has grown and how much more detailed it gets every single time too. Like I can already see there's a lot more detail in these pictures than we saw last time that we saw a submission from Raven. So let's read about Scythe. So it says here, for the last 2 years, Scythe started a new life for himself, training as a boxer alongside his foster brother. While he could be a tiny bit mischievous, he doesn't mean any harm. While he can be optimistic and friendly, there are times he seems distant and hesitant, the mark on his left cheek reminding him of a dark past he escaped. When he isn't training, Scythe can be seen working at a local ice cream parlor, serving up treats. His current project is to try and create a flavor based on Italian cream cake. Scythe has also learned to play a lute and can sometimes be seen playing a little music. As a boxer, he favors the swarmer style. If he finds an opening, he can get in close and overwhelm opponents with quick and sharp punches. He has good combat sense and can often manipulate opponents' movements to trap them, but he still has room to grow. His current experience includes sparring with new faces to test them, to see if they get swelled egos over just turning pro. While he has some growing to do, he has a nasty left hook that some have compared to a quick draw strike, with opponents either being stunned or knocked down without realizing what hit them. Taking his name to account with this move, some have jokingly called him the Little Reaper. Yeah, new sparring partner? I love that he also works at an ice cream parlor. That's such a fun, like, side detail too. And I'm such a sucker for ice cream and like chilled desserts in general as well. But also like boxer characters and different ways that they can use their styles and stuff too. The idea that he has this like super fast left hook that people don't even see coming, and his name's Scythe, so it's almost like he has like a like a surprise scythe attack, and they call him the Little Reaper. Like that's super cool and badass as well. I can even see like all the detail you put into his boxing glove here. You guys probably can't see, but if I look really closely at his boxing gloves here, there's like all these little like crinkles and stuff that have been drawn into it as well. Not to mention that his boots also have all these little details on it, all the individual laces drawn and stuff like that too. It's so cool to see your art growing over time, Raven. Can I also say that I love his hairstyle? The spiky hair, but having like the one whiff that's kind of like going over the bandana. That one whiff of hair. It's very like main character energy, you know what I mean? I think he'd make an amazing sparring partner. I think it'd be a pretty fun close match. No special tricks of magic or whatnot, just straight on martial prowess. Fun, close match, and then afterwards we go get some ice cream. What a cool character. Thanks for sharing Scythe with us, Raven. Always a pleasure. Keep sharing your art with us. I want to see more. Oh, where'd my model go? Oh, VTube Studio literally just closed on me. Okay, let me reopen that. Why did that happen? VTube Studio, please. Lay, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. No, I'm not retreating from the fight. I'm not retreating from the fight. I have to recalibrate the model too now. Am I back? Okay, there, I'm back. Well, that was interesting. And Lay again, thank you so much for the bits. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. And Jay, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Always a pleasure. Go check out our friend Jason, also known as Jelly, when you get a chance. He's a really cool streamer with really cool, handsome model and amazing artwork of it. Okay, so where were we? Our next character here, Valentino Woodwind, comes to us from SWEX019 on Twitter, with art drawn by Aztecs Arts, who you'll also see later in the stream. Let's learn more about this cool character, this Valentino. Yeah, after all those rough battles, my model needed a little bit of a rest. At least the stream didn't cut out though. That's good. Okay, so we have Valentino Woodwind is a one-half elf D&D character based on Sherlock Holmes. He is a rogue following the assassin path as well as an investigator. His skills include martial arts and proficiency with rapiers. He's dexterous in combat. When not fighting, he's very good at analytical thinking, motivations to solve mysteries that normal law enforcement cannot. When investigating a case, he has the ability that allows him to access crime scenes and people of interest related to it. So, he has like a Sherlock Holmes thing going on. That's cool. Very handsome. I love how he has like the two different outfits. Like he has the business outfit, and then he has what I assume is like a more like adventurous outfit as well. You gotta show off the assets, you know what I mean? Also the way his hair subtly changes between the two. So he has his hair like slicked back, and then he has that one tuft that comes out in the front for his casual outfit. That's really fun. That's really fun. Gotta love like private investigator characters or detective characters. That is a weakness of mine as well. And also, like, I think when it comes to characters that are like elven and they have the elf ears, I think it's really important to have like the right face shape and hair to frame it. And I think this one works really well. I think it does a great job of like showing off the ears as an asset. Really fun. So it says he has martial arts proficiency and can use a rapier, although investigator is kind of his primary thing, but he's also a rogue with assassin path on him. So given that, I think it might be like because he has proficiency with these weapons, but it's not like, let's say, like magical in nature like some of these other characters, although he does have like assassination techniques and stuff like that too, which would give him probably good speed and ability to do things like that too. So I think depending on how it go, you know, it could be just a matter of like who's faster, for example, or who's stronger, for example, which could go either way. So I think it'll be a close match. Although his tactical prowess, definitely not something to be underestimated as well. But yeah, go check out Aztec's arts when you get a chance as well. You'll see their art again later in the slideshow, but they're super cool and they have some cool characters as well. So go check them out. Follow them on Twitter. And thank you, SWE, for submitting your character. I love detective characters. And he does a really good job of bringing that together with the rogue and the assassin aspect as well. Thank you, thank you. Next up, we have Angel Pander, and you can find them on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. And this is their character, Angel. So this is their VTuber character. Their name's Angel. You're a pain-in-the-ass elf who's here to cause chaos and chill vibes. Lives in a magical forest of their own creation. They're a magic user who uses more healing and nature-based spells, although they have a few other tricks up their sleeve. Know a bit of hand-to-hand and decent with ranged weapons. If Angel had a finishing spell, it'd be like a vine grappling spell that wrapped around you and knocks you out with a punch. This is such a fun character sheet. Big shout out to Mooncrust on VGen for putting this together. I think it looks really, really stylish. We have like the front and the back view, but we also have like the close-up on the eyes. I love the picture in the bottom right with like the peace signs and like almost like a more chibi-ish proportions. And then the portraits in the middle with like the little heart hands and the jacket coming undone to show her striped shirt. Yeah, eye cut-ins too. I love eye cut-ins. And even just like the way the entire sheet is framed with like the paint-ish, graffiti-ish looking like border along the edges, and then the modern stylistic like lines framing each of these. That's really cool. And thanks for dropping by, Winter. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for showing your original character. I also like girls with twin tails, but I like it when they do it in like a unique sort of way. So she has like the little panda baubles holding it in place, and then she also in the front has her hair in like these beautiful curls. It's like very, you have like the elegance of the curls, but then the pigtails are kind of messy-ish on the back, and it kind of gives that interesting juxtaposition between the two of them. I think that gives off what you say, like the chaotic but cozy vibes energy, which is definitely what you're going for. Really cool design brought out by really cool art too, so I love that. So she has her like nature magic and healing magic, although not necessarily like a combatant, but with some hand-to-hand experience. Cozy streamer. So I think like fighting's probably not really like the top of the priority list here. So I think it'd probably be more of like a friendly, kind of fun, like, hey, let's test each other's abilities and see how far we can get, and then go hang out and play video games kind of vibe. I think that's what I'm getting from her. Really cool character. Lovely design. Thank you so much for sharing Angel with us, Angel Pander. Ooh. So next we have Wayu Aji Tsukiri from Mazjin12 on Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky. This is their own artwork. Also another artist that I have the pleasure of following on Twitter, and look at how cool this character is. Look at how cool this character is. Looking at the profile, I love, so it says like, please share a picture of your character, and then please credit the artist if you drew the art, mention that you drew it yourself, and then under that part he wrote, I'm the sauce. You are indeed the sauce, Mazjin. You are the sauce in everything. This is Wayu Aji Tsukiri, or Wayu for short. He's now working as a private bodyguard. Before, he was a prisoner with treason crime. He doesn't have special power like magic, but he solely relies on his body and his fist. His height is 192 centimeters. If he has a weapon, it'd be a shield, something big and tactical like the Lutenata shield from Arknights. So he's a prisoner who's now working as a private bodyguard. That's really cool. Clearly, Mazjin is amazing at drawing the male body. Look at those muscles. Look at that tight shirt showing off his entire physique. And even just like, I love cell shaded art, and it takes a really good artist to be able to pull off cell shaded in such a nice way, where it's like you have like, it's not overly complex, but you still get across all those details as well, with like the subtle differences in lighting and whatnot. The picture on the right, super cool framing. It is inspired clearly by Durarara, which I am I have a soft spot for that series as well. So seeing that along with this is really cool. I'd like to know more about your other character in the background who's cosplaying Isaiah back there. I bet you have like a lot more lore and story written out for your character, and I would love to see that as well. I want to know more about him. I need more. Mazjin, please give us more. So he is a fighter, but we don't have too much detail on him. He doesn't have special powers, but if he did have a weapon, it'd be a shield. So being a bodyguard clearly has some kind of battle acumen or training. Going off that alone, I think we'd have a pretty close match. I'd challenge him to a friendly fight and probably have a good time, and probably be riveting to watch and close, and then afterwards we'll go do something fun. I don't know what your pastimes are, YU, but I'm sure we could find something. Like I said before, I really appreciate when a character design isn't overly complex, and yet, despite that, has a very striking design that is memorable, whether it be in their color scheme or their silhouette, or just the way that they hold themselves in terms of like their mannerism and their body language as well. And I could definitely see that coming across here with YU. So go check out Mazjin12 for more artwork on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, whatever your social media of choice is. They're really cool. Tell me more about your character. Night Johan, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it. We'll catch you next time. And thank you for sharing your character as well, and your art. Next, we have Ryan Respawns. Super cool streamer. You can find him on Twitter and on Twitch. Cool friend of mine. Also art from Yue Shengxi on VGen and Paper Cider on Twitter. Two artists that I've had the absolute pleasure of working with as well. They're both very friendly with customers, so you should go check them out on VGen or Twitter. Ryan's really cool, but up until now, I actually didn't know much about his lore. So let's read about his lore. So his name's Ryan, and his first incarnation was a demon given a second chance at life as a human by a phoenix. Whenever he dies, he comes back to life as another incarnation, living among the humans to learn more about their ways of life. Previously a demon, but now overall mainly a human, with the ability to revive themselves if close to the end of his lifespan. Athletic, and involved in most sports from rock climbing, swimming, soccer, baseball, basketball, etc. Agile, but also strong and resourceful. His finishing move would be a punch infused with the heat and blue flame of the phoenix, engulfing his entire arm. The power of the punch is held back behind the seal of his tattoo. I love that. That's super cool. I know that Ryan more recently debuted like an alternate form of his model, which is like the Phoenix / demon inspiration version of it. So that's where the lore comes from. So that's cool. Like I just said with the previous character too, when you have a character whose design isn't like overly complex but has so many fun, striking elements, whether it be like the color scheme or the silhouette or the way they express themselves with their physical motions or whatnot, sometimes you don't need a super complicated character design. And I think Ryan's design hits all those right notes. Not to mention he has that cool tattoo. You can't quite see it from this angle here. It's kind of hidden, but you have like all these like blue flames along his arm and some kanji. So that's really cool. And to find out that it's actually like related to his lore, just the idea of like throwing a punch and having like the tattoo glow and hold back the power of the phoenix flames is like, that's awesome. That's just badass. That's super, super cool. I also realized like partway through reading this, like That's why his name's Ryan Respawns, because he's a phoenix. So he respawns. That's so clever. That's so fun. That's so fun. And excellent taste in artists. Like, what can I say? So he is strong and athletic. He's agile. But of all the sports listed here, so he's like very active and participates in all these sports, but none of them seem like specifically combat sports. So even though it seems like Ryan, I would assume, has, powers from being born of like demon or phoenix powers, not being actually trained in fighting, I think it'd be something more like a friendly sparring match. Maybe I can mentor him a little bit and teach him a thing or two. Maybe he could teach me a thing or two with his phoenix powers as well. But yeah, from the sounds of it, it's not specifically formal combat training. So I think it'd definitely be more on the level of a friendly fight. But either way, it would be super fun. Come fight me, Ryan. We'll have a good time, and then we'll go hang out and play video games afterwards. Yeah, go check him out. Cool streamer. Twitter, Twitch, got a lot of cool content. Thank you for sharing, Ryan. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Next, we have Long Enough, also a streamer on Twitch and on Twitter. This is their model, Long Enough. Let's read about their character. So this is Long Enough, a dragon VTuber. Not quite dead, but not quite alive. A spirit, if you will. They're not sure how old they are. It's been at least 3,000 years since they gained cognition, but it's too hard to keep track when they're having so much time consuming this media that humans are talking about. Has big wings and a huge tail, so combat and absconding is no big deal for me. No finishing move, but if you want to have afternoon tea after our match, they can make some mean biscuits and pastries. Ooh. I'll take you up on that. I do love some pastries and some biscuits. So, doesn't specifically say like combat abilities, but being a dragon and a spirit with 3,000 years of experience, it does say, I got big wings and a huge tail, so combat and absconding is no big deal for me. So that implies some kind of combat prowess. And we all know fighting something that's flying is not easy, as you guys have seen me do on stream time and time again. Flying enemies are tricky. Yeah, the antler aesthetics, and I know I keep just repeating myself, but it's true. You have this cool design, clear aesthetics. From a distance, doesn't seem overly complex, and then you zoom in and you see all these cool little details on the sleeves, on the skirt. You have all these little patterns and what appears to be like dragons on the sleeves. I love that kind of detail as well. The gradient of the wings, the whole color scheme comes together really well. You have like the black and the white is kind of a little bit closer to like being a light purple, and then you have like the purple accent, and then even more striking, you have like the sunglasses that add in that splash of like pink or red, which I think is very clever. I think it comes together really well. So this one's a tricky one because I don't really know too much about their combat abilities, but it says that they have combat abilities and also they're 3,000 years old, plus they have wings. I think the wings is a big I always think of that one Pokemon comic, the one where it's like, how do you remember Pokemon type matchups? And it's things like, oh, mind over matter for or like brain over brawn for psychic over fighting, or fire beats water, or what am I saying? Water beats fire, or the one where the guy goes like, oh, that thing where the water seeps into the cracks between the concrete and the sidewalk, and then it freezes and then cracks the concrete. And then the one guy goes, have you ever tried to punch a bird? As the final panel, that one always gets me. And I always think of that. Punching a bird is not easy. So I think just by virtue of flying, that is also going to make for a tricky opponent, for sure. Have you ever tried to punch a bird? And just the way that comic is drawn too, his face like zooms in, and it's just so comedic. That one's a classic. I always think of that one. Thank you for sharing your character with us long enough. Go check them out on Twitter and on Twitch. They're a streamer. If you like this model, cool design, go follow them. Next, we have Aztecs Arts, who we've seen their art previously on the sideshow, with their character Colt Callahan. So we have Colt Callahan. He is a Dullahan competitive motorbiker. He's very cocky, but a kind-hearted person. As a Dullahan, Colt is capable of detaching his head off. His head is low-key, easy to knock off, lol. Through his neck, he can conjure up purple flaming weapons. Theoretically, Colt would bash his enemy in with his favorite flaming crowbar and call on his bike to run the enemy over. But if it's just a friendly sparring match, he would refrain from inducing any serious harm. Yeah, we've seen a lot of purple characters today, and purple's not usually like one of the colors I gravitate towards, but I can really appreciate a cool purple character design. Also, Dullahan is super fun. Like, I love it when people take these like mythological creatures that are maybe not as like popularly used as some other ones and then do unique things with them, because having his head come off, as you can see here, can be very like comedic at times, but also very like striking with the way that flames come out from inside his neck. I think you could have a lot of fun with that. Also, the fact that his outfit is like all purple, but it's like different shades of purple. You have like the dark purple, you have like the neon purple, you have the light purple. So that makes for a really fun design too. And then you have like the gold accents as well. I love the way you've drawn him wielding his flaming crowbar. The flames are super cool. The way they're pouring out of his neck here, the way they're wrapping around his arm. And then you also have the picture in the bottom left with the flames coming out of his neck, which is like bleeding into the picture into the middle. And then you have him like waking up from bed with his head off, or him kissing the lady there. There's just so much fun that you can have with a character like this, I think. So he's clearly competent at wielding his crowbar, and also, so not like a cakewalk, plus his Dullahan powers and his motorbike as well. Although he wouldn't use those in like a friendly sparring competition. Primarily a motorbiker and racer. So it sounds like even though he can participate in combat, it might not be his main shtick. I think it'd be more of like a friendly competition here. Would definitely be interesting with a Dullahan as well. Seeing his head like come off in the middle of a fight and being like shocked by that as well, taken aback by that. That'd be a fun scenario as well. Go check out Aztecs Arts when you get a chance. If you want to see more art like this and more characters like this. Colt's just really cool. And on top of that, this is a really nice, like, fun character sheet. Shows off his design, but also shows up a lot of his fun, like, quirky personality traits alongside his combat prowess. It's great. It's great. What more can I say? Oh yeah, also he has like that scar down his left arm. That's pretty cool too. Thank you for sharing, Aztecs. Please continue sharing your art with us. Go follow them when you get a chance. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's cool to see how connected the community are. Like, a lot of people submitting have their work drawn by artists who also submitted as well. That's really cool. And I'm also glad that you guys are sharing in this and like telling your friends to come participate as well. I really appreciate that. Next up, from Timbit Hyrian, we have Dalton Galdera, drawn by Timbit themselves. Go follow them on Twitch and Instagram, Twitter, and Blue Sky. So Timbit submits this art and then says, I'm the artist, not my best work. I want to say, Timbit, this looks great. Have some confidence in your work, because your work is fantastic. I think this looks awesome. Full body artwork, cool pose, very nice hair. If this is quote unquote not your best work, man, the sky's the limit, man. You have so much cool potential, and seeing your art grow as well over the years, you're making such strides. This is Dalton Galdera. He's one of the characters in a story they're trying to write. He's born March 12th, stands at 178 centimeters, and is attending post-secondary school. He's in his third year studying kinesiology and sports medicine. Dalton pays attention to his own health due to the nature of his abilities. He enjoys routine and isn't the spontaneous type, but he tends to act out of character when around Silas, which is another original character that Timbit has previously submitted. He grew up under the care of an organization with the outward appearance of a type of orphanage, who was secretly training the children to be magic-wielding combatants. Dalton's doing better after the orphanage was shut down and rescued by a kind man he doesn't know the background of. He was encouraged to pursue his studies by the kind man, and they lived together until the man didn't return home one day. He now lives on his own nearby the school he attends. He's an okay cook, and he's quite capable with household tasks. He's fairly awkward in social situations, but others perceive him to just be closed off and intimidating. Dalton is fiercely loyal to people he considers his friends and will encourage and look after them. He's able to control and produce light from his palms as his innate magical ability. The light can also be used in a restorative way, mending wounds, but he cannot fix broken bones or inanimate objects. The recoil for using his magic is a decrease in his senses, like taste and touch, etc. In combat, Dalton relies mostly on his physical strength and size to overpower opponents. He has good mobility and stamina due to his early combat training, but otherwise a normal human being. The most combat-related magic he can do is mini flash grenades that can stun enemies. His preferred weapon is a broadsword with a wide blade and a boxy shape. He doesn't want to harm others, but will hit them hard enough to knock them unconscious. Despite looking like a muscular dude bro, he's quite shy and lacks some confidence. He's also quite the nerd and has reading glasses, which make him look pretty cute according to Silas. Aw, I love that. I keep saying that I'm such a sucker for everything we're seeing, but like truly, characters who like come off as being like more of like the jock and the dude bro, but then end up being like more nerdy and smart and intelligent, like that is very fun for me. That is very, very fun. He has such good hair. I love his hair. It has such a fun little flip to it. And like full body artwork with this kind of cool pose that shows off his like both his design but also his body. I can see that you've done some definition on his chest there too to show his physique. Timbit, keep up the amazing work, man. I also like the sword design. I think the sword design is cool. It's got a cool like hilt and pommel area, and then it has the little red and the blue on it as well. What a cool character. I want to know more about Dalton and the story that you're writing, Timbit. Thank you so much for taking the time to share. So he is able to fight, but he is, at the end of the day, like a regular human being, although he can do his like flash grenade kind of thing and his healing magic. So, and given that he's been raised in this place that was teaching them how to fight and magic, let's have a fun close match, Dalton. Let's see what you got. But afterwards, let's go play some video games or have some coffee together. Thanks for submitting your character, Timbit. I really appreciate it. Keep working on your art and developing your characters so we can see more of them. Please, please, please. And Curtis, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for dropping by. It's great to see you. Thank you for submitting your character. Next, we have Kaylin coming to us from SansanZZZ04. Oh, sorry, I spelled Instagram wrong because I was typing too fast. Instagram, Twitter, ArtStation, and DeviantArt. And this is drawn by themselves, so go check out their artwork and check out their cool character. Let's read his profile. So this is... so Sansan submitted a few characters, but because we're only doing one character for a person, I picked out the first one you submitted because I'm assuming that's the one that was at the foremost of your mind. So in the future, when we do more of these, feel free to submit your other characters as well. So Kaylin is a dark knight, once a loyal knight whose kingdom was destroyed by dark curse. He absorbed and sealed a curse within himself to prevent it from happening again, but it sometimes causes him to lose control. He can channel curse energy into a sword, making it extremely powerful and nearly unstoppable. For his finishing move, if he loses control of his consciousness, he transforms into a dark demonic form. In this state, he moves at extreme speed, and his blade can cut and absorb souls. So his channeling energy into sword makes the sword extremely powerful and nearly unstoppable, it says. So that's pretty strong. Love these like Dark Knight characters as well. Like trench coat with armor on it. It's such a cool aesthetic. The sword being like pitch black, but then having this glowing red, almost like energy or blood-like design running down it. And the jewel in the pommel, it's definitely giving off that like Dark Knight being able to like absorb your soul kind of ability, which is super cool. I like the liberal use of red on his outfit. It's not too much, it's just enough to accent him and bring out the red in his eyes as well. He's got a cool hairstyle. He's got the scar across the nose. He's got everything. He's got the body to match. Look at those muscles. Not to mention, again, like I said, the armor, but liberal use of the armor. Caitlyn has a really cool design. I think definitely not someone you want to cross, and definitely someone that is pretty powerful when he activates powers, which could be a little bit unpredictable, and also sword user, also very difficult to deal with. Let's put him in the fierce battle section there. I think he definitely provide a pretty decent challenge, and also quite a fierce battle that will probably ravage the entire battlefield as we know it. Thank you for submitting your character, Sansan. If you want to check out more of Sansan's art and the other characters that they have as well, go check them out on their social media, Instagram, Twitter, ArtStation, DeviantArt. Actually, let me fix the typo while I'm here. There we go. Go check them out. Next, we have Carol coming to us from Board S108. Sorry, they have instructions on how to say his name here, so that's why I said it so weird. So this art comes to us from Kurosaki Sasori, who is also an amazing artist I've had the chance of working with before. They're also the artists that helped me flesh out Yashen's human form, Shen, and his outfit as well. Kurosaki is really good at drawing this type of aesthetic of characters, like kind of like the Eastern, kind of mythological fist fighter aesthetic. They're also a really big Godzilla artist as well, so if you want to check out like Godzilla and like Kijinka human versions of Godzilla characters, go check out Kurosaki Sasori. I think they just opened up their commissions for the year the other day. So this character is super cool, and I just had to include one of the other artworks as well. You might be wondering why this is like centered so weirdly on the pages, because I have to show you guys this one too, which is comes to us from General Fang 15 on Twitter and Blue Sky. This looks beautiful. Those like watercolors, is that traditional? That is so cool. Let's read about the character. This is like a lot of my aesthetic right here. So he is Carol. I think it's 3 syllables here. Ka is in karma, E as in error, and Ral as in Ralph. Carol. He is a human monk or martial artist OC that they use in their tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder. He was born a farmer, but had to leave his town for a crime he committed. He turned to being a bandit, but was spared by a traveling monk who saw strength and potential in him, albeit lacking discipline. They traveled together and in the end brought Carol to his temple to train and hone body, mind, and soul. Years later, he would leave the temple as a new man, hoping to travel the world and use his gifts for a good cause. He wants to make amends for what he did in the past and repay the world by a second chance his master gave him. A bit reckless, prone to anger and direct solutions, Carol is a hot-blooded man. However, he's also supportive and kind-hearted. He's the kind to not let you down ever, the kind to hold the enemies on his own and then manage to escape afterwards. Abilities. Martial arts. Although he doesn't use any weapons, Carol is a master on hand-to-hand combat. Although kicking is his specialty, his punches are to be feared. Chi enhancement. He learned how to use Chi to move body, mind, and soul as one. He can increase the strength of his movements as well as resiliency. When he does so, he emanates a light blue aura, his eyes turn golden, and his hair turns white. Healing. Using Chi, he's able to heal his own wounds as well as others, although healing others is harder. Flight. Although his strength is enough to do great jumps with ease, he's able to use the power of his Chi to fly through the air. Speed. He can do great bursts of speed to cover great distances in the blink of an eye. People can only see a blur before he appears in front of them. Useful to get into close combat. Shard of Divinity. Carol's soul has the potential of growth. If he trains, battles, and grows, he could reach godlike status, but he hasn't done it yet. His finishing move is called Duel in the Heavens. Focusing all of his energy, Carol delivers an ascending kick that launches his foe skyward. He then follows up with a jump that quickly turns into flight. He ascends at full speed, hitting his opponent again with a strike as he flies by. He then changes course, ramming again and again against his opponent and hitting them. He repeats this various times in which his opponent can't help but flop in the air from strike to strike. Finally, he appears over them, delivering a descending kick that sends his opponent down to the floor, cracking it in the process, while Carol sees it from the air while his aura shines like a small sun. Fun fact, he doesn't use a weapon because the crime he did was with a weapon, and he vowed to never use one again. What can I say? This character design is like right up my alley. Martial artist, monk, shows off his cool, strong body, earthy tones with a bit of an orange accent on it. I love Kurosaki's work because there's such a good job at integrating like all these Eastern accents into their art while also keeping it like RPG and new and fresh as well. You have like the dragon emblem on the back of his vest. Very complicated but cool looking belt tying together the armor and stuff like that as well. He has his like hair tied back, which kind of gives him a nice flow. So when he's, I'm assuming, fighting, you have the hair like flowing behind him, like that picture here on the right. And the picture on the right here has such a like really cool watercolor strokes on it. Like a, I was gonna say like a painting, but it's clearly like, you know, like a watercolor painting. I love the textures and the canvas paper on that one. The different colors used in shading his skin. The flow of the artwork as well. The way he's like kicking, but he has his arms out and his hair is flowing behind him and then the ink strokes coming off the bottom. What a cool character. Like, what can I say? So we have like a martial artist. He's powerful. He has like chi enhancement. On top of that, he has flight. Flight is like immediately again difficult to deal with for someone who cannot fly and relies solely on martial arts. So that would be definitely a tough fight. But he's also super cool. I love the description of his finishing move, because his finishing move, it screams to me, we in the fighting game community call it the Ragnarok move, or Ultimate Spider, which is from Marvel vs. Capcom. Strider Hiryu's ultimate move is called Ragnarok, and that's what he does. He like hits you in the air, and then he like dives past you in all these different directions, hitting you, and then he comes out from the top and then slams you down to the ground. And a lot of other fighting game characters have used that move since, including also from Marvel vs. Capcom, Spider-Man uses that, and he calls it Ultimate Spider. So a lot of people in the fighting game community will call attacks that look like that Ragnarok or Ultimate Spider. So when I think of that, that's exactly what I imagine, which is like, it's a really cool move, which is why a lot of characters use it. It's striking, looks impressive. Like, what can I say? Oh, and this artist does a lot of Golden Sun fan art too. That's really good to hear. So yeah, go check out Kurosaki Sasori when you get a chance, or General Fang 15 for their artwork. Yeah, Duel in the Heavens is also a cool name. I have to say, when it comes to making characters, like, I can think of like cool attacks all day, but naming them is really difficult for me. Even when it comes to naming characters too. Like, I'll make a character and the name will be like the last thing I come up with. So coming up with a cool name like that, big props. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Board. I always love seeing Carol around on my timeline when I do see him or when you get a commission of him. So Always a pleasure. Thank you, thank you. Next, we have J Ray Art with their Twitter handle JRCRN Art and their character Alex McHenry. J Ray is also another artist that I've seen around on my timeline a lot and has been drawing for a while now, making characters and improving their craft, and also done the pleasure of drawing Kiro for me a couple of times. So it's really cool to see your characters time after time again, and also your art growing and evolving as you come along too. So this is Alex McHenry, 16-year-old, third-year middle schooler, captain of his school's cycling club. He is half Irish and Japanese. Though he is born and lived in Japan, he can understand and speak English and Gaelic as they use it at home when his dad's around. He's very fit and tall for his age. Generally, he's a good person but can be a bit of a douche and a pervert. He loves to work out, cycle, or practice his martial arts in his free time. He sometimes bikes almost half the prefecture and back with his best friend. Alex has great interest in martial arts and started learning young, and it focused on Bagua Zhang and Xing Yi. He used it to defend himself as well because he's often bullied for looking different, which turned him into a bully himself. Alex is also very much into superheroes and wants to become one. He is a crime fighter at night, doing patrols in his neighborhood. He's very capable, independent, and reliable most of the time. He can cook, clean, and carry. He is among the top 20 of his whole grade despite being judged a himbo. He can fiddle, but not jig. He's very good with coaching and boosting morale of his comrades even at losses. Very athletic, nimble, and strong. In terms of fighting, he can be lethal, but chooses not to be. Being a practitioner of Bagua and Xing Yi, he can use interchangeably mid-fight, but if he wants to strike fast and out of nowhere, he'll use Bagua, and if he wants to strike hard, Xing Yi. He's very confident in his abilities, gives his all, and rarely backs down from a challenge, be it a spar or a real fight. He would even insistently challenge equals or those elder than him just to test himself. This, of course, annoys the others. He can use swords, but he's more formidable with a spear as it suits both of his fighting styles. His finishing move involves a series of palm strikes to the body and then turns around to do a double palm strike to the opponent's jaw. Another is him delivering a cannon fist straight up the opponent's chest or torso, sending them back a distance. He's deadly using a rope dart as he aims for the head. Fun facts. He would often challenge Kyosuke to a spar and lose. He has a girlfriend and they have the same height. He loves his Japanese grandmother very much. What a cool character. I love the way he's depicted in these drawings here. The one on the left, which is like the one that's more shaded, I think he did a great job shading him. His hair, his muscles, like his arm. Like, look at that perspective on the arm coming out, and then also like look at his ripped chest. Dang, this 13-year-old putting us all to shame. Or 16-year-old, sorry, 16-year-old, third-year middle schooler, putting us all to shame. And look at the variety of expressions here on the right. I love that glare he's giving us in the middle. He's like looking at us being like, yeah, I dare you. So I'm guessing that's his crime fighting outfit. And then he has like all these different fighting style poses at the bottom, which again, these are not easy poses to draw. So having all these here to show off the different ways that he uses his martial arts is super cool. Not to mention you also have like the turnaround here of his torso showing his different outfits. Again, J-Ray, you are so good at drawing muscles. Look at those chests. Also, love his hair. That's my type of aesthetic when it comes to hairstyles. I mean, as you can see from my VTuber. And also, you included like a chibi of him too. I love that chibi style. It's so cute. I'm guessing that's Kyosuke, his your other OC there in the green. I like seeing him like get along with him. Well, I get along as in like he's bothering him and he's like just kind of taking it, but also enduring him. That's so cute. J-Ray has like all these other cool original characters too, and a lot of them are also martial artists and crime fighters as well. You gotta go check out his art to see all the other characters as well. And I think he's submitted his characters to other Fight or Flight streams as well too, so go check that out. So in terms of combat, so we have another martial artist that doesn't rely on like otherworldly abilities. Clearly very skilled, trained in all sorts of different things. He's young, but he's also been learning from a young age. Let's have a sparring match and see how it is. I feel like it'll be probably pretty tight. And please continue sharing your original characters with us, J Ray. They're super cool, and I think more people need to see them. Yeah, I love friendship tropes like that, right? It's so fun. Thank you for sharing Alex with us. Next, we have from Rowan Lee, Vencel Mars. And this is drawn by themselves, Rowan Lee. So go check them out on Twitter. So this is Vencel Mars. He's the 5th member of an infamous assassin group named the Reagan Integrate. He moves swiftly among the busy cityscapes of Sondartaria to eliminate the corrupt regimes around his homeland. His power, Ichor, is a specialized version of Aqua, allowing him to control exposed blood for his advantage. He surely became the town's nightmare, for a drop of blood will bring absolute chaos. All things aside, he used to be a baker who works for the government-hosted galas and shows, as he was known for his desserts. Who knows what might have happened for him to become their opponent? So it says here, instead of his abilities, they'll explain his states. So state 1 is called Coagulum, his normal fighting state, where every strike of his dual blade craves bloodshed. Second is Laceration. When blood is shed, his tattoo marks open and glow further to reveal eyes that give Vencel the ability to control the vessel's body from which the blood came from, by accessing and manipulating the blood within. The drawbacks include that Vencel's focus on his main eye lessens, but increased focus on the eyes on his body instead. It heightens the risk of developing headaches and migraines. Whenever the laceration state finishes, the eyes on his body close again and his vision slowly recovers. However, it may take some time for his eyes to adjust to a 20/20 vision, which causes him to easily tear up. Fun fact, Svetchenko, who was mentioned in the second image, is his current master from the same faction. Whenever a training session ends, he demands a head pat from him just to be assured he did well during the training. Whenever he doesn't get what he wants, his bat ears will be tense as he prepares to cry. So second image is referring to the one on the... Oh yeah, it is on the right. It says no head pats from Svetchenko. Oh, that gap moe. We love it. What a cool set of abilities. One drop of blood, and then his tattoo eyes open up, and then he's able to control them at the cost of his own sight. That's super badass. Blood-based abilities are so fun to write about. He's also like part bat, so he has like the bat ears, and he also has headphones with these dangly earrings. You guys know I love a good design with a good scarf and sleeveless combination. It's great. It's literally perfect. I love the dynamic pose there on the left as well. You got some perspective on his leg. You have the jacket kind of unfurling and flowing around him with the belts and the ribbons. That looks really cool. And then I love the gap moe on the right, where he's like crying and saying no head pats. So manipulating blood is no small feat. That is definitely something that is deadly to work with, especially in like a capacity as like an assassin kind of character or like a ninja kind of character. Definitely not something you want to deal with normally. And his abilities alone, I think, would make for pretty fierce encounter, just judging from what we just read. So that is definitely someone to watch out for. Go check out Rowan Lee's art. Thank you for sharing Vencel with us. He's such a cool design. I want to learn more about this world that you're building for him. Next, we have Lewis Wong from Sevi Everest on Twitter. And this is their own art, so you should go check them out, because this is really cool. This is really cool. Let's read about the character first. So this is Lewis Wong, Chinese dragon guy who lives longer than other species. Lewis was an innocent and thinking straight child, but after his mom passed away, everything changed, and so did Lewis. He becomes more careful to his friends and his partner, but he's still thinking straight on things though. He likes adventure with friends, but when the time came back to town, he's always the cleanest one. In the modern world, called Thria, he has to disguise as a Fowlman, aka a human and animal hybrid. He needs to disguise as a deer, a snake, or crocodile because in the modern world, the dragons were extinct in their knowledge. Only the knowers know that they are still existing. He's still the same guy, but now he's more chill and chaotic now. He uses dual blades in battles like a yin and yang. Speed and stability are the main keys in combat, but the damage he creates won't deal as much as others like a claymore. He has the ability of wind, so his skills contain wind's abilities, and he can fly. He could create wind blades by swinging blades, but it will cause his movement to slow. He is a Mimi type of person. He likes meat lover. He's a meat lover, but his husband told him to take some veggies, so he did, even just a little. He has a partner, Snake, before called Drake, but his life is longer than the others, so Drake passed away. He wants to visit Milo's cafe shop sometimes just for having fun. I love this design. I love this art. Look at the details on the left side, all the little intricate little patterns on his clothing. They give him that like more traditional Eastern aesthetic. But then also look how expressive his face is. He's got that like kind of cocky grin in the main image, and then at the bottom he's like his cheeks are being squished. He's got like the scales on his face and the antlers, and one of them has like a yellow accent on it, which is really cool. I also love that you gave him a logo of his own with his tail coming off of it. That's super fun. And then you have his like modern casual outfit here. You guys know I like a sleeveless hoodie, especially one that has like a low cut and he's wearing the tank top underneath. I love his hat, like the dragon themed hat with like the funny eyes and the little holes for his antlers to poke through. And then he has like the one ribbon or talisman hanging off the side of the cap. That's very striking. That's really fun. It's like a modern outfit, but it adds that little bit of like traditional flair to it. And then his hood has like the teeth on it too. His tail is shown off really well in that picture there. He's got the arm sleeves. He's got the shorts and the tights leggings combo. What can I say? Perfect character design. 10 out of 10. Ooh, I also like how the strings on his hoodie have little diamond-shaped rings on them, and then that diamond shape is also cut in the side of his hoodie where like the rope seems to wrap around his waist area. That's really fun. I want to learn more about this world because you mentioned some other characters and locations in your description of him, so I would like to learn more about that, Sevi. So, by nature of being a flying character and also skilled with his weapons as well, already makes him difficult to deal with as a non-flyer. Definitely going to be up here in the fierce component as well. I really like this character design. This character design is so cool. I could stare at this all day. Please go check out Sevi Everest on Twitter when you get a chance and see more of their characters and more of their art. Thank you so much for submitting your character. Also, again, I didn't mention this earlier, but I like the snake. The winged snake wrapped around his neck and playing with his finger there. And then his tail going down his arm. That's so fun. That's so fun. Next, we have Taehungi, a really cool streamer on Twitch. You should go follow him. And some artwork by Kuro Bikari Bon and Mono 3630, who I've had the chance of working with Kurobi before, and they are really, really nice. They did a great job drawing your character, too. That is really, really nice perspective and a really cool expression to go along with it. Tay is such a fun streamer. If you haven't checked out his streams, we've raided into him a few times. He is so sweet. He is so ready to like gas up anyone that comes into his stream and sing their praises, all while being extremely humble himself. And his streams are just so fun. He's got this really, really fun energy to him that when you watch the streams, you just can't help but like smile and join into the community. And like I don't think very many other streamers do that nearly even a fraction as well as he does. So I look up to him. I think he's super cool. Let's read about his character too. So Taehungi is a tiger fast food mascot of a restaurant called The Prowl Through. When he was younger, he was plucked from the wilderness by a burger joint to work for them. However, after a mishap that involved persimmon hot sauce and a boy group promotional, he was let go. Now he's the mascot of his own startup restaurant, and alongside his fellow Tagers and his magpie friend Persimmon, that's spelled Purr Simon, he's learning how to rediscover himself by pushing for a brighter future. Taehungi is learning more about himself, and so his fighting style is currently wildly unpredictable. Within himself, he possesses magics he's unaware about. After all, he may be a special kind of tiger from Korean folklore, which may possess supernatural abilities. In particular, he has some modicum of shapeshifting, which out of characterly might explain the various different physiques he sports in different artistic depictions, which he uses to best fit the customer or scenario at hand. He also possesses some ability to grant wishes, which he has been using to create happy Horangi meal toys. Apart from this, Taehungi can become ferocious when pushed to the edge, a stark contrast to his happy-go-lucky nature. Here's a few ideas for his finishing moves. 1. A tiger pounce and a feral clawing, coupled with the ensnaring of his rival with his tail, tied persimmon fruit which could be used creatively to batter or annoy. Number 2. A patty pin, where Tae flips his opponent in the air before slamming down on them like a wrestler of sorts to grill them against the ground. Or number 3, he shapeshifts or grants himself a wish and enlarges the fork in his hair to use as a weapon to knock his opponent down. Tae has such a fun design because of the different layers of his clothing. Like you can see here, he's got like the jacket on top on the left, which is not on the right. The different layers are really fun because it makes them fun to draw in different ways depending on what you're trying to do for suiting the situation. Even just the small differences in his outfit, like the little fork in his hair, the face markings, all the little buttons, the keychains on his outfit, the small little accents like the little blues and reds along his outfit are all really fun. It's one of those designs where when you first look at it, you can take the whole thing in immediately with your eyes, but then if you look closer, there's all these fun little details hidden throughout. On top of like the tiger aesthetic, you can do all these like fun poses and stuff, like the one he's doing here on the right. It just suits his personality really well. It suits his personality perfectly. Not to mention the gradient of color in his hair. I'm a sucker for gradiented colors in hair that aren't like too contrasting. So you have like the orange with the brown, which is not overly contrasting, but it adds a nice depth of layer. And then it goes along with his ears, of course, which are like the tiger ears as well. Tae's super cool. What can I say? And you can even just tell from his lore that he's like got a really fun character. I love the finishing moves because when you play a fighting game, you have those characters who are sometimes often regarded as more like joke characters. Not saying that Tae is a joke character, but I'm saying those characters that may not be traditionally fighters, but they have some kind of key factor about their design, like for example, being a chef or a cook. And then so you have their special moves that are fighting moves, but they also relate back to their occupation in some way, which in this case being a cook. So like slamming you down on the ground and landing on you and grilling you like as if you were on a grill, or like using you like a rolling pin, right? Like that's fun. Yeah, like Super Smash Bros. Chef Kirby Final Smash, right? Like that's super fun. Or you enlarging the fork in his hair and using that as a weapon, or like pouncing on you to use his tiger abilities and then using his tail and his tied persimmon fruit. Like that's fun. Like using parts of their design in ways that like a normal traditional fighter may not do, that has a lot of personality to it. That is fun character design. And King Crazy, thank you so much for following and being a Froggy friend as well. Welcome in. So, being that Tae, his character doesn't have formal training in fighting, but given his innate hidden powers, which he's not sure about, could make him a fearsome opponent, I think it's more likely to be like a starting off kind of friendly sparring match. You know, see what each other's made of, teach him a couple more formal martial arts tricks along with learning about his abilities as well, and then at the same time potentially bringing out his innate abilities. Like, that's, what can I say, that's super fun. And as Tay learns more about his innate abilities, I'm sure he will probably only grow to be more of a threat. But for now, let's just have a fun little match. Again, go check out Tae Hoongi when you get a chance. Also check out both of these artists as well. Yeah, we only have one row of characters left. We're getting there. Thank you so much for submitting, Tay. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Next up, we have Stephen Wales from 0Cubits0506. And this is their own art, so go follow them on Twitter and Instagram. Oh, hey, Tay. Hi, there you are. You're super cool. Thanks for dropping by and submitting your character. I really appreciate it. So we have Steven here from 0Cubits. Yeah, go check out their art, Twitter and Instagram. What incredible artwork. Let's check out their character. So this is Steven. Some prefer their ability to feel rather than to think. Steven is one of those cases. If given the choice, he would always choose the well-being of others over being logical. As hard-headed as he is, Steven genuinely cares about his accomplices, although you may have a hard time finding out that with his blunt approach. Aside from a select few, the general public never really took Steven seriously, coming from his background as a non-magic commoner. But he wanted to aim for approval and validation from the council, the leading authority of the country. But his views and morals would be tested because of an unfortunate event. When Steven finds himself in a secret experiment hub inside the council, he accidentally becomes the vessel of a mythical creature and is currently on the loose. He decides to travel far so he can seek help and find answers on the truth behind the council's actions and origins of the mythical creature. He has the ability of Starlight, a state where his body turns partially or fully consumed by the mythical creature, depending on how heavy his usage is, and it gives him enhanced combat capabilities. Attacks. He channels elemental energy, extending his melee range. He gets big cosmic claws, and his attacks are relatively heavy. Skill. He strikes the ground and leaves a cosmic pool. If opponents are in the pool, he temporarily inflicts them with a slow debuff and nearsightedness. Passive ability. In his cosmic state, he blends in the night and is slightly lighter when jumping. His ultimate skill. Steven lets the mythical creature take over him completely for a short amount of time, gaining enhanced melee slashes and attack speed that slowly deteriorates. After the state ends, this is put in cooldown for a while. Steven's still not experienced with his current status, so he often gets reckless when he uses his powers. Since the mythical creature inside of him resonates with the stars, it of course gets the most benefit during the night, having a smoother and calmer demeanor than during the day. 0Cubits, welcome to the stream. Yes, you came just in time. Thank you so much for your submission and for stopping by. And thank you so much, Ish Mellowcat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following me and being a Froggy friend. Welcome in. What a cool character. This lore is so cool. I want to learn more about him. And this artwork. Look at him. He's got the cool scarf going on. He's got the outfit that shows off his physique, but he also has like the draped like top over it that kind of drapes over the back, gives him a bit of a flowing look to it. The starlight concentrating around his body. You gotta have the cool hair with the bandana as well. And then you have him like being taken over by this mysterious entity where it's like half his face is covered, his skin's turning dark, his eyes are becoming completely glazed over, so he no longer has a distinction between pupil and sclera. That's really cool. And then you see him on the right where the entity's taken completely over. His hair kind of gets this like flowiness to it, kind of like he's in space. He has like his entire body's now showing off his physique. He has that playful look in his eyes, but you know that there's something dangerous lurking there. I want to know more about this world and the story, Zero. Steven sounds super cool. I like the way you've thought about his abilities as well. And the way that it's like this entity taking over, but also he doesn't have like as much control over it sometimes, and sometimes the abilities will like overwork him and then put him on a cooldown afterwards. This is a really cool character. I want to know more about this. In terms of fighting, I think that mysterious entity definitely makes him a dangerous foe and unpredictable as well. That would make the fight quite difficult, but I'm always up for a challenge. And then afterwards we can go hang out or something like that. Stephen Wales. Go check out 0Cubits0506, Twitter and Instagram. See more of their incredible art and characters. Thank you for sharing Stephen with us. He's really cool. Next, we have Danger Gel on Blue Sky with his Final Fantasy XIV character, Excel Tia, with 3 incredible artworks by 3 incredible artists. I've talked about the story about meeting Danger before, but I'll tell it again because it's such a fun little story. So when Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail expansion first came out, I was getting back into Final Fantasy XIV after a little bit of a content drought. Everyone was doing the Dawn Trail story, and I'm on Marlboro server, which is not like a huge server. It's like a good size. It's nicer because it's kind of quieter there. And so as I was going around doing my Dawn Trail quests, I kept seeing this Exaltia everywhere I went. Like every time I went to a quest marker, like he'd be AFK, but he'd be there, like standing near the Aetheryte or near the NPC or whatever. When you play the game and you're going through the story at a certain pace, and you keep seeing the same people because they're doing the same story quests as you. Like that's what was happening with me and Danger here. Except it was over the course of like an entire week. And in Final Fantasy XIV, I don't usually take note of other people's player characters too much, except under a few circumstances. One, if they have a cool glamour, and at the time he had the glamour that is on the right here, which is the Endwalker Monk artifact armor, which is a very cool set, dyed gold. So if they have a cool glamour, even more so if the glamour is like a monk-specific glamour, then I immediately take notice of it. Male Mikote with a lore adherent name, that also catches my attention. So Exaltia does follow the naming conventions of Final Fantasy XIV. And so everywhere I went, I kept seeing this guy, and I was like, oh, cool glamour. Hey, it's that guy again. He's got a cool character. And then it was like a month later, maybe a month later, this Danger Gel guy starts popping into chat, and he's very nice. And then he follows me on Twitter and Blue Sky. So out of curiosity, I click on his name and go to his profile, and then it immediately says Exaltia on Marlboro server. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. I recognize that name. And like just by pure coincidence, he just happened to be that Mikote that I've been seeing everywhere. And he didn't find me through Final Fantasy XIV. It's not like he saw me in the game and then figured out who I was and then followed me. It's just like pure random chance. We just happened to keep running into each other. And so we got to talking, and he was super cool, and he's very friendly in the chat. So I asked him if he would also want to be a mod for me, and so here we are. Funny how it works that way. I'll read his character profile aloud before giving away what I do know about his character. So we have Exaltia. Starting his adventures as a samurai and a dancer, Exaltia has traveled far and wide, helping people in need and growing as a person, discovering new cultures and new people. A year and a half ago, he started to thread the path of the monk on his own to discover a new way of life. After an arduous pilgrimage with members of the now rebuilding Fist of Ralgr, an order of monks, Excel used what he knew to gain combat experience, new fighting perspectives, a hardened body, and knowledge about monkdom and its origins. All this gave Excel a sense of pride and accomplishment, but also confidence about what lies ahead on his path. He now uses all his newly acquired tools needed to try to become a better fighter by testing himself in all sorts of fighting tournaments, like climbing the ranks of the Ascension Arcadia Championship while still being the caring and selfless adventurer everyone needs. Having spent his childhood fishing and hunting, among other things, Excel is resourceful, observant, and strategic. He learned how to be sharp in front of a foe, always silently looking for a weak spot, always waiting for his adversary to make their first mistake and strike back violently and decisively, with lightning-quick reflexes thanks to his experience as a samurai. All his time spent dancing also helped him be flexible, so he can fight and attack from angles and patterns difficult to predict and counter. While his upper body and arms have bulked up a lot thanks to his monk training and pilgrimage, his legs stay as limber as possible. With the agility to step out of the way, the power to strike ferociously, and the brains to plan and react on the go, XLT is a triple threat who should not be underestimated. Finishing move. Dancing Reversal, which is a pun on Dancing Rehearsal. After observing his opponent enough, Excel will find the perfect opening to stun and throw his opponent off balance with a well-placed kick and use their momentum against him to throw them far in the air. Then Excel will concentrate his energy in his legs to jump up so high he's leaving a crater. After meeting up with his opponent in the air, Excel will start dashing all around his target, striking them with an onslaught of kicks and punches too fast to see, and then bam, Excel does one final kick to slam his adversary back down into the crater. After the finishing move, Excel will bow in respect and thank his opponent for a great match. Then he'll immediately start healing his adversary and treat them to some homemade lunch cooked by him. It's the Strider Hiryu Ragnarok or Spider-Man Ultimate Spider, which I was talking about earlier. Very cool finishing move. Classic. So yeah, when I met Danger when he was just starting Dawn Trail, he was actually just switching over to maining Monk. He was more of a samurai dancer main in the game. So me seeing him around, standing around, wearing his Monk artifact armor, looking cool everywhere, and turns out he had literally just started learning Monk, which is, again, what a fortuitous turn of timing and events. So we keep talking about how, like, Yishen, my Final Fantasy XIV character, who is a Monk main since the beginning, would probably be like more of like a mentor to Excel as he switches over to Monk and learns his way. So that's super cool. So Danger, super cool. His character, super cool. I love how all three of these artworks use different Monk artifact armors as well. I think he most recently got this artwork here on the left, where he's wearing the Stormblood Monk armor, which is the same one that Yishen wears. So we were talking about how, like, now that he's developed his Monk abilities more and has donned this outfit, it's almost like he's, like, asking Yishen to take his measure, you know what I mean? And see how far he's come, which I think is super cool. I always think of him as the outfit on the right, though, because that's the one I first saw him in. And also this artwork is by Sarah Uden, who is a cool artist that I've also worked with in the past, who also plays Final Fantasy XIV, so they're quite familiar with the game as well. So I always think of Excel in that outfit, but he looks great in all the Monk outfits. I know Danger does a great job of changing up his glamours for every job class with some fun flair. So Excel is a cool character, and he has very good fashion sense, very good art or artist sense as well in picking out these artworks as well. Look at him casting Brotherhood here in the middle as well. It just looks so striking, so cool. So please go check out Danger Gel when you get a chance. He's primarily active on Blue Sky. So I would say that in terms of a tier list, I think if this was like Excel from a year and a half ago, first starting off Dawn Trail, first learning to be a monk, first transitioning from samurai and dancer to monk, like, it might be more like around here if he was like sticking to using martial arts but was still learning. But now that it's been a year and a half and he's like grown into his own as well, again, also by virtue of being a Final Fantasy XIV character who can tussle with the gods and whatnot, like a Final Fantasy XIV characters want to do, he has moved up to here now. It will be a fierce battle for sure. But afterwards, we'll go have some nice food that he's cooked up as well. What a sweet guy. Thank you for submitting your character and sharing his story with us, Danger. I appreciate it. Next, we have Berry Guild and their character Berry, with some artwork of them. Open up their profile. So Barry is a femboy panda who escaped from a zoo and ended up trapped inside of a mall. After a few days in the monster aisle and some trips to Hot Topic, the rest was history. They still live like a panda most of the time, avoiding death while being the clumsiest bear species alive. If the panda is endangered, the femboy panda is even more endangered because there's only so many of them. They also enjoy pad thai and singing. Like all pandas, they have the ability to captivate their opponents with their sheer cuteness. This allows Barry to stall and do sneak attacks without their opponents knowing about it. They're also quite bottom heavy, which is good for melee fighting and subduing their opponents. Their finishing move involves scratching their opponents with their claws and hugging them into submission. It's quite restricting, but also quite fluffy. This is a fun character design. I like taking something like a panda, for example, and adapting it into this situation as well, and like giving them like a life of their own. The whole like zoo backstory too is fun and endearing as well. I like the different aspects you put into the outfit here, like even just like the strawberry patches on the bottom, for example, or the glasses or the little earring on the ear, the pink streak in the hair as well. That's really fun. I'm always marvel so much at how people are able to take like furry characters and do so many different unique things with them as well. And furry artists are also really powerful at drawing like animal anatomy, combining it with human anatomy as well. So mad respect to that as well. Barry seems like a really cool character. I would like to learn more about Barry. So Barry does have some combat ability with their ability to stall and do sneak attacks, and also be very grounded with their bottom heavy weight. It doesn't sound like they have what I would say like formal combat training, so I think in that case it would probably be more leaning towards like the friendly kind of fun side of things too. Also, they just seem really sweet, so I think it makes more sense to be, just a fun little friendly spar and then go hang out and do something else afterwards. So I think that's the best place to slot them in. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Barry. Really, really cool. Next, we have Mmesa8 with their character Bo Lin Hu. And you can find their art on Twitter. Another fun member of the community who I've seen their art grow over the years as well, and they love making original characters, and a lot of their characters have similar aesthetics of things that I really enjoy too. So you should go check them out. Let's read a little bit more about their character. And they also go by their name Trace Makovich, but their Twitter handle is Mmesa8 if you actually want to find it. So this is Bo Lin Hu, a workaholic person who acts like a big brother to all situations. As his younger years, he had to grow up early due to his troubling family life, as he takes a lot of responsibilities, from homemaking, cooking, and taking care of his cousins. He lives with his aunt and uncle and two cousins, as his mom died while giving birth to him, and his dad never returned from the military for many years. Even in his friend group, he acts like the one who takes care of his friends, as one of the few who can actually cook. He's very athletic, but not too much, as he's not in the jock area. He's a dork who likes retro games and watches obscure movies, but not too much of a hyper fanboy. He tried applying from the martial arts club, but got denied, as they don't really teach what martial arts he wants, which is kung fu. He sticks to track and field and the cooking club. He's a jack of all trades kind of guy. His cooking skill is impeccable, and he makes good food for his teammates. He has pyrokinesis from his birth, although he never mastered it. He only uses it to warm food or make fireballs from small pebbles, or in dire circumstances detonate on command. He's very athletic, and on occasion he delivers the cooking that he made for the customers in a far distance on his town. He secretly does martial arts, kung fu, in a secluded area. He hides this as he feels embarrassed to do so. He's not trained properly, considering his point of reference is a bunch of kung fu movies and play fights with his uncle. Physical fighting may not be his strong suit, but he eagerly does so than actually using his potential on his pyrokinetics but when there's too much frontliners, he's glad to be a support for his team. His finishing move is called the High Sunrise, unleashes a devastating barrage of fuming plasmatic heat waves that swarms the surrounding area, and then he pulls back all the flames to concentrate it and hit another heat wave that burns brightly. He rarely uses this as he needs to be in his heightened sense or at full power. He will regularly use his fist and probably make some flame tornadoes. Look at how expressive this art is on the left. All these different expressions. I love that kung fu pose he's striking there. But then he's also like heating up food with his flames. He has the not impressed face when he's soaked and cannot use his fire powers. He has like that fun, cheerful smile. I like the picture of him like blowing out the flame through his mouth too. It's pretty fun. And then he also has that like the flames taking over expression where his face is like half covered, and he also loses the look of the pupil in his eyes, so it looks like really intense. And then you also have that playful picture on the right. What a playful pose. The combination of like traditional clothing, because he has like the what they call the frog lip buttons, but then also has like a regular collared shirt to go with it, and then he also has the sporty jacket over top of it. It's such a fun combination. And then the bandage hand, of course. This just hits so many good notes for me as like a lover of like martial artist characters and characters with this type of personality as well. I also just noticed that the picture on the left, rightmost image, also has his hair like flicking up in like one flame as well. That's a really cool detail. Man, Trace, your art just keeps getting better. I can see more and more shading in your art too as you go along. Keep it up, man. That's awesome. So he has his fire abilities, although he tries not to rely on them because he's still learning. And same with martial arts. He practices it, but his point of reference is more like from movies and stuff like that too. So practices martial arts, but doesn't have a person to practice with, so it's not quite as developed, but he's probably on his way. So I think, I'll be your sparring partner. Let's have a couple friendly bouts and learn a little bit from each other, and you can practice your abilities. It's okay, I'm water attuned. I think that's a good place for him. Super fun. Go check out Mesa 8. You can see all the other cool characters he draws as well. Also known as, again, Trace Makovich. Thank you so much for sharing Bolin Hu with us. Next up, we have Dan Yamano from The Bat Trinity. Art from 12ABYTZ and Skimma. I've actually had the pleasure of commissioning Skimma before as well, and they're super fun. This character looks really cool. Oh, and they're Zephyr 47_28 in the chat. Let's pull up his profile. So this character's name is Dan Yamano, a young hero. He lives in a futuristic era of Earth where technology coexists with small elements of magic. Someone who just loves adventure, making new friends, and helping people. He and his two friends find themselves traveling around the world and even parallel Earths while solving mysteries and stopping crime that range from phantom thieves to supervillains and everything in between. Dan's the leader of the trio, each with their own abilities. Friends and neighbors for as long as they can remember, the three are inseparable. Smart and agile, Dan primarily fights with a sword. He has two swords in his possession, as can be seen in the two pictures they submitted, although he typically wields only one of them in a given situation. The first is more of a classic, regular European-style sword, while the second is more modern in appearance, can extend its blades, and output elemental damage. His goggles possess a retinal scanner that helps him during his detective work, by functioning similarly to Batman's detective mode in the Arkham games. His shoes are slightly larger as they contain rockets. They can be used to essentially fly and even attack unsuspecting enemies in combat scenarios where his swords are unavailable. He attacks with his first sword to stagger the opponent before launching them in the air with backflips via his rocket shoes at full output. To finish them off, he swings his second sword, and the opponent is hit either with a powerful lightning shockwave or an energy wave beam, depending on how much charge the sword has. Okay, what a cool character. He definitely has like that main energy, main character energy. I could definitely feel it. I'm a sucker for hoods and goggles and everything of the sort like that. So I think that's super cool. His color scheme is also really fun too. It's got the light cyan blue accents on top of the purple hood, and then of course he has the brown hair with like, I love this type of like hairstyle again, like a little bit of spikiness, but not like overly spiky as well. He has keys dangling from his neck. His goggles have special abilities too. That's really fun. And then I really like the sword designs. I can see the modern tech kind of inspired sword blade that you have here, which is super cool. And then of course you have the belts and stuff as well that go along with it. What a cool character design. I'd be very interested in seeing the rest of your cast, because he's the leader of the three, right, you said. So I'd be very interested in seeing the other characters in your story sometime as well, Zephyr. He looks really cool. So he's got swords, which definitely gives him some reach. He also has a rocket shoes, which gives him the ability to fly, which again, we've learned flying makes someone very difficult to deal with and fight against. On top of that, he also has like electrical attacks, which not so good for a water-dwelling creature like a frog, per se. So this would be quite the difficult fight, but I think it'd be pretty fun if it was a, like a casual sparring match. I think Dan and I would get along pretty well. Oh, I keep forgetting to switch to the... Sorry. Here, I put him here. So, fierce battle. He has the ability to fly. He has range with the sword. He has electrical power. But a good challenge that I'm up for. Thank you for submitting your character. Also, like, this artwork is they're both really cool. They're both really cool. They do a good job of showing off his character. Thank you, Zephyr, for submitting Dan to us. Yeah, next time, share more of your other characters too, so we can see them as well and piece together your universe. Dimension hopping, super cool. Thank you. Next, we have Doggy Kato from YouTube with their character Doggy. I believe their character's name is Doggy because the description doesn't actually say the name of the character, but I think I piece it together based on what they wrote. Because at first I thought their character's name was Doggy Kato as well, but I don't think that's correct. So please correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a dog boy who didn't get any dog features other than some canine teeth, not feet. A dog boy who didn't get any dog features other than some canine teeth, wearing a dog hoodie in order to showcase his missing dog boy side, and for repping the branding no matter what. He's also dating an avocado. So I'm assuming that's like another YouTuber. So like Doggy Kato's a YouTuber, and they're dating another YouTuber named Avocado. So the ship name is Doggy Kato. So his name's not Doggy Kato, but the ship name is Doggy Kato. Abilities could probably do whatever a dog and a human could do. Every lost is just a warm-up, so it doesn't, or I think they meant to write lost. Every loss is just a warm-up, so it doesn't count. Dog branding is at max. Enjoys gacha and gambling. He could be living in your home without you knowing. His finishing move is called Avocado Love Attack, where the intense relationship between him and his avocado would make anyone, especially single people, surrender out of fear. Or his other attack, Warm Up, where even if he loses, it doesn't actually count until he wins again, because it's just a warm up. Fun fact, his favorite food is not avocados. So this is like a fun, whimsical mascot character. This artwork's really nice. I think both of them bring out his personality really well. The way his face is drawn is very cheerful and inviting. The dog hoodie's really cute too. I always love a good, like, animal-inspired hoodie design as well. Ooh, he's also got like bones on his shorts as well. Also, I like characters that have like dark hair and then like not quite like a bowl cut, but like not super spiky, kind of like downward hair like that. So that matches perfectly. And the blue eyes accented with the orange hoodie all comes together really well. Both of these artists are really cool. Go check them out. Dan is Malek. Dan is Malek and Pio Yaki when you get a chance as well. So it seems like, you know, he's a gamer. He's cool. Not specifically a fighter. And even if we did fight and he lost or whatever, it didn't count, right? Because it doesn't count until he's done warming up. Let's play some video games together. Let's hang out and play some video games or something together. That'll be fun. Doesn't need to be a fight. Unless you want it to be. What an adorable character. Please go check out Doggy Kato when you get a chance. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing your character with us, Doggy. So go check them out. You can find them on YouTube. Next, we have our friend Aru Torikawa, or Arudoran 3 on Twitch, or Arudoran-san. It's some amazing artists by Kakashi Take and Nebukeru. Both very cool artists. Go check them out. You can find Kakashi on Twitter. You can find our friend Nebukeru on Twitter. Our favorite dog trainer ninja here. Let's pull up his profile. So, Aru Torikawa is a ninja dog trainer from Neo Tokyo. Despite being judged for his lack of presence, timid and silent nature, he embraces it to hone his skills and later on gets acknowledged enough to become a pro ninja. He owns a dojo where he brings in and trains strays and rescue dogs of all breeds to become man's best friend and loyal bodyguards. While his daily life and duty mostly revolve around taking care and training dogs, Aru takes on missions and requests from a variety of clients in Neo Tokyo, ranging from the authorities to quirky characters and citizens, including supernatural and interdimensional beings. Outside of his ninja life, Aru likes playing video games, hanging out with friends at Neo Akiba, and checking out different food joints. It's never a dull day or night in Neo Tokyo. Or if any situation calls for ninja dog trainer's intervention, Aru will be there to help. Aru's fighting style, Torikawa Ryu Ninjutsu, consists of taijutsu, ninjutsu, including elemental techniques and commanding ninja dogs. He wields many ninja tools, including kunai, shuriken, and elemental bombs. He owns a katana given by his best friend, Takashi Tsukamoto, but he fights with it sheathed and only uses the actual blade in dire situations, life-threatening missions and battles. Aru fights via unarmed combat most of the time, but he's willing to go all out with his full arsenal of weapons and ninjutsu upon request. What Aru lacks in power, he makes up with speed and good knockback. For a non-combat, Aru's ninja skills lets him be a master of disguise, giving him multiple outfits for blending into any scenario. That's pretty fun, because Aru has so many different outfits for his character, so it's cool that goes into his lore. He can also use ninjutsu to transform into other people and animals, or simply give himself animal features. Full transformations, however, take up lots of chakra, so Aru limits his usage. Health, 3 stars. Power, 2 stars. Mobility, 5 stars. Technique, 4 stars. Range, 4 stars. His finishing move. All-out version. Aru launches a ninja dog to tackle his opponent to stun them. Then Aru closes in on his opponent and performs a multi-hit combo of punches and kicks before launching them into the air with a backflip kick. Then Aru calls more ninja dogs, each imbued with an element, to strike through the opponent in the air. After each dog has landed a hit, Aru jumps up to his opponent and strikes them down to the ground, causing an elemental explosion upon landing. Solo version, Aru delivers a swift punch to the chest, stunning his opponent, and closes in with a multi-hit combo and a backflip kick launcher. Aru jumps up to his opponent and lands a ninjutsu-enhanced punch powered by the Inugami spirit and blasts him to the ground. Both versions end with a ninja dog landing or stepping on the opponent as if it wants to be part of the glory. Yeah, his ninja dog's fighting with him. That's so cute. Aru has such a cool character, and I love, like, he has so many different outfits for his character too, but he always maintains a consistent color scheme for his character, and so he's always recognizable with that. He also has, like, the little red accents in the corner of his eyes too, which gives him like a nice contrast to with all the blue. Cool hairstyle, of course. Very cute doggies. The Neo Tokyo aesthetic is, I really like it. The way that all the artwork of Aru's character has these like neon versions of Tokyo in the background is such a cool environment. Ooh, also there's a tiny little like doggy keychain on the hilt of his sword. Ooh, even just like the little like stardust looking sparkles on his shoes as well. That's really cool. So many neat little details to be had with Aru and his character. And it's always cool to learn more about his character because I always feel like I know his lore, and then he writes more about it, and I'm like, wait a second, I didn't know that. That's really cool. Being a ninja gives him like a lot of powerful abilities, and also his speed value is quite high, although he has lower on like the power value, for example. So I think it would be like overall, I think it might turn out to be like an even encounter, but given if he's going all out with all his like ninja arsenal and his dogs and stuff, it would definitely be exploding out into like a fierce all-out battle, as we've seen from some of the other ninja characters here on our tier list. So that would be really fun, I think. So I think if it's like normal Aru, it'd be here. If he's going all out, it's going to be up here because he's going to bring his full force to the battle. Thank you for your submission, Aru. Always a pleasure. Go check him out. Follow him on Twitch. He streams a lot of cool games. If you like games that I play, you'll also enjoy games that he plays too, because we have a lot of tastes in common. Next up, we have Monty Serrano coming to us from Rico but add N on Twitter. Let's read about their character. Monty Serrano is a Filipino-Japanese student who is also his school's basketball varsity team. Most people know Monty for his big loving heart, contagious enthusiasm, and overall bubbly personality. A self-titled dork in plushology and other cozy hobbies, he's often seen bringing around a lion plush, and he aptly named it Leo everywhere he goes, even in training. He's the main character of their plot that delves with alternate universes. When he finally meets his other self, Montgomery Kingselder. Oh, we talked about this character on our original character showcase stream with Kieran last month. It brought about massive problems for this current world. Their bond is especially familiar in nature, likened to brothers. Both care for others more than themselves for the most part and would do anything to keep the other safe. So when push comes to shove with world-ending issues, who's to say they won't end up protecting the other and die trying? Before the plot and magic happens, Monty's already a rather athletic person. Being in varsity, Monty has better agility, stamina, and endurance than most, as well as being the best jumper of the basketball team. He also has good reflexes and can take a good hit or two. He has a tendency to throw himself to opponents for good damage, while also taking recoil. In the plot, Monty gains a resonance with fire, and his lion plush, Leo, gains sentience and indestructiveness. What he often does is imbue said fire powers to Leo and its mane and throw it to his opponents. Leo can theoretically fight, but with its soft, stubby paws, it becomes more of a 1.5v1 than a 2v1. Sometimes he makes Leo hold flammable objects or explosives to maximize damage as it runs around catching everything on fire. Monty himself still fights old school and will use any and everything in his environment to fight. He has an affinity for throwing weapons like a basketball made of fire. He named his finishing move Incineration Dunk, where he jumps high into the air with Leo around flying airplane height. After a quick nod to each other, he turns Leo into a massive fiery lion head and a basketball goal sprouts from the ground. Falling at maximum velocity, Monty scores and makes the surrounding area explode. Without his powers, his finishing move would probably just jump above someone and slam into the ground. Leo could probably throw rocks from afar. Fun fact, he's had Leo since he was 9 as a birthday present. Monty has a bedside table at Leo's own bed, a small dog bed, and a hand towel as a basket. Monty is very responsible when it comes to Leo. Even with Leo being a decade old and more, Leo has no visible signs of stains, stitches, or aging at all. This is such a cool character concept. We talked about this before, but when it comes to like characters who are not traditionally fighters, but then they have some other defining hobby or interest, which in this case would be like basketball and then incorporating that into their like attacks, or in this case his finishing move, like a basketball dunk. I always think that's super fun. That's such a fun thing. And then also fighting alongside his mascot slash pet Leo is also just really, really endearing. On top of the fact that he's just like, look at how adorable this guy is. Hey Rico, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by and submitting your character. Also, these other plushies here. I love the big bear with the small head. I think, is it from IKEA? And then the shark, the goofy shark as well. That's so fun. You did such a good job drawing his expressions too. I really like how inviting and cheerful he looks in both of them. You could tell he's like a big cuddly teddy bear kind of personality, with just how like he's like big and looks maybe intimidating, but then he's also like silly and fun, and has like a plush toy Leo that he treats really well. It's like Gap Moy, right? We love Gap Moy. Now, when it comes to fighting, so fighting's not his primary thing, although he does get the fire powers, and he also gets Leo with him, and the ability to slam dunk the fireballs. I love the idea of them jumping up in the air to like airplane height and then nodding at each other and then proceeding with the move. Those types of finishes are also always really cool when it comes to like fighting game stuff, especially. Let's have like a friendly little sparring match. Nothing too intense, just something to get the blood rushing, the sweat going. Then we can go have some fun afterwards and hang out. I want to know more about this character, and I know we learned a little bit about his other self on our original character stream, which is also on YouTube. If you want to check out on Kieran's channel, we did that last month, so you can go check that out too and learn more about Monty. But yeah, I want to learn more about this whole universe. I want to learn more about your characters. I want to see more of your art. Go check out Rico, but add N on Twitter when you get a chance. And thank you again for your submission. JP, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Next, from Rainbelt, we have Remulthea. And this is Rain's own art. You gotta go check out Rainbelt on Twitter and Blue Sky. They also have really cool original characters we saw in our previous original character showcase streams and also our previous Fighter Flights. This is a new character that I think Rain made specifically, or like more recently, just before this Fighter Flight started too. So like this is like fresh out of the oven, cool character. You can see all the extra details on this character sheet. I'll read the character description first, and then there's like a couple bonuses as well. Rain's also super nice to me. Has drawn Kiro a couple times and also done like some cool clip edits of the channel as well, which I really appreciate. I really love the Pokemon Legend ZA clip with the $1 million coffee. It's just so good. So this is Remulthea, a half incubi, half Baku owner of Cafe Lethe. In addition, he's also the perpetually sleepy cook and barista of this establishment, situated at the Vale of Evernight between Earth's physical and phantasmal world. He's still new to the business, so he's mostly figuring things out together with his sheep and Baku familiars. Rem preys on people's nightmares, stresses, and negative emotions, seduces them through culinary delights, and gives them pleasures that satisfy their taste buds. Most of the time you can find him sleeping, even when cooking or serving customers, and while he can take orders, communicating with him can be difficult, as you never know what he's going to say. Despite his physique, he actually can't do combat or sports. He's physically fit because he believes exercising improves sleep, so he spends the few hours he's actually awake exercising and drinking warm turmeric milk. Abilities. Seduction E. As a half incubi, normally he'd be adept at the art of seduction. However, instead of seducing people via his physique, he instead chose to hone his skill of cooking. The art of cooking B. Oh, these are ranks, so it's not called seduction E. It's seduction, and it's like ranked E. So the art of cooking ranked B-. He's good at cooking, but there's still much for him to learn and master. His specialty is creamy mushroom pasta. As for dessert, he's proud of the pomegranate honey cheesecake, topped with homemade candy shards. Also, his turmeric milk and Barako coffee are popular drinks on the menu. These all sound delicious. They're just making me hungry. Authority over dreams, ranked A+. As a half Baku, he lives by eating people's dreams, nightmares, and desires. and by infusing his accumulated dreams within a small area, he can either manifest dreams into reality or induce sleepiness and let people dream. Deep sleep, ranked EX. He can fall into deep sleep and REM sleep at any given time, whenever and wherever he wants. Finishing move. As a non-combatant, Rem doesn't have a finishing move. If things get dangerous, he can temporarily trap the target in a dream while he calls for help. The dreams usually aren't dangerous, but are rather unique and extremely annoying. Hypothetically, if Kiro were to be the target, his dream would be called 100 Frogs Last Defense Cafe. Armed with nothing but the steel pipe from the game Quiet Hill G, Kiro is trapped in a maze-like cafe where hundreds of fake Kirpies are leisurely drinking the 1 million polka dollar coffee. To escape, Kiro has to find the real Kirpy and leave the cafe while dodging a rain of frogs that meow. Every time Kiro picks the wrong Kirpy, an elegant man jumps out and screams, "Marvelous!" The dream ends either when Kiro escapes or after a few hours have passed. There are so many inside jokes from my streams layered in there. Thank you, Rain, for paying attention to my streams and also taking note of all the things that irk me about some of the games that I've played that make for a good laugh. I really appreciate that. And I follow bald people. Welcome to the stream and thank you for following me. Let's look at this character sheet here as well. So moving from left to right, so we have more wave and water inspired designs as a nod to the river Lethe, moon motifs as a symbol for nighttime. His work outfit has more Greek motifs as Lethe is from Greek mythology. So that's on the left side of the picture, and then on the right side of the picture, let's start in the top left and then work our way counterclockwise. So, tapir ears. The Baku can also refer to the Malayan tapir, aside from the dream-eating creature in Japanese folklore. Teeth motif in clothes, symbolizing the act of REM eating dreams. Likewise, the moon eating the dream catcher represents REM eating dreams. Baggy pants and jacket lined with warm fur for comfortable sleeping. The water motifs, while similar to ones found in Japanese art, this time is a reference to the waters of the river Lethe. An incubi's heart-shaped tail. His revealing casual outfit is a nod to him being half incubi. Dream catchers for protection to symbolize REM catching people's negative emotions. Nightcap. REM's ready to sleep anytime, anywhere. So Rain has also included a couple of fun drawings. So we have REM sleeping here. Servers with a snore. Meanwhile, Kiro's sitting in the 100-line cafe with Kirpy, drinking the $1 million polka dollar or the 1 million polka dollar coffee. Oh, and there's some of the other Rainbelt's characters eating at the cafe too in the corner. That's cute. Kiro looks so tired. He's like, the what? He's got like bags under his eyes. And then there's this picture. I think this is the nightmare version. We have Kiro here with this trusty steel pipe from Quiet Hill G and Kirpy holding his coffee. There's Kirpies everywhere, exploding and going, Nyago. There's a marvelous, not August from 8 Roads Adventure. This is such a fun scene. What a fun comic. Rain, you are so fun. You're so nice to me. I love the explosion too of the Kirpy in the meow. The way his like image is being like disintegrated by the light is so funny. This is such a delight, Rain. This is such a delight. But Rain always puts such incredible thought to their character designs. Like all the little notes they make on all the character sheets with all the symbolism and all the different reasons why different things have been included, like the hat here, or the revealing outfit, or the moon eating the dream catcher, the teeth motif in the clothes, the comfy baggy pants, the references to Greek mythology. They're just all very well thought out. The dream catchers. You could just sit here and dissect all the little parts of all of Rain's characters for days and still have more to talk about. And that's just really, really fun. Rem has such a fun design. Now, I don't really want to be caught in that nightmare of a dream. But also, Rem's not specifically a fighter. Let's hang out at the cafe. I want to try your pomegranate cheesecake. That sounds delicious. Thank you for submitting your character, Rain, and thank you for drawing those fun scenarios. These are just so fun. I had such a smile on my face when I saw these. Please go check out Rainbelt when you get a chance. Go follow them. Check out all their art and all their characters. Thank you, thank you. Next, we have Kyvin from Jirai12345 on Twitter and Blue Sky. So we've seen other characters of Jirai's in previous Fighter Flights. This is another one that I hadn't seen before. Hey Jirai, welcome in. So his name's Kyvin. He's presented as cocky and bratty at best, and while acts as impulsivity and edgy at worst. Their friends describe him as a jock. Given their opinion, his background can be an athletic man who's dedicated to the sports such as football, soccer, and basketball, prior to joining in their Akatsuki, which he unlocked his powers. So Akatsuki's a group from Naruto, if you're not familiar. His reason to joining was that he was tired of people's expectations of him to always excel in life, a fear of losing a game on the state or national level or where others perform better than him, and or wanting the joy of teasing or bully people who look weak again in his eyes. He has a combination of solar energy and lava style. Jirai wanted him to symbolize the supernova in a way. He can make his own body super bright to blind enemy sight, create explosions of lava from the ground up, use energy waves for long-distance targets, or when enemies are in the ground, shoots orange ki blasts or lava balls, and create lava semi-rocked from his hands where he can contact and burn the skin of his opponent and punch them hard and further away. For his finishing move, he summons the head of a fox from behind, made of lava, where it can open its mouth and launches a super yet biggest beam at his opponent in midair, which incinerates their body and travels to the atmosphere. The other idea is him summoning a lava golem for a giant boss fight where the ground shakes. So we saw previously another character of Jirai's who's also a member of the Akatsuki from Naruto. So this is a different character, so we see he's got the same uniform, but different abilities. I know I like a good nose bandage as well. Also, all the different ways he uses the lava abilities. So he has like the little lava balls here. I can see him forming like the lava shuriken here. I think Yeiko Art here, who drew the art on the left, did a really good job of depicting your character's physique through that Akatsuki coat. That thing is clinging on for dear life. You can see his developed chest and arms through that too. I like the grin that he has as well. He has that like perfect like, come on and try me, I dare you kind of look to him as well. So that's really cool. And then the art on the right by Icarus the Moon, I think does a good job of showing off him like about to use abilities, and then his facial expressions kind of like you're gonna regret that, you know, kind of feel to it. So that's really fun. I think it's always very indicative when someone enjoys a series so much that they make original characters to go into the universe of that series and then also turn it into something of their own, because like Kyvin's from like a modern universe because he participates in like high school sports and stuff, but then he's also a member of the Akatsuki from Naruto. So it's like blending together different interests of yours and creating something new, which again is what art and original characters are all about. Expressing yourself and being unafraid to do things that just make you happy and get, you know, write cool things about cool characters and get cool artwork about your cool characters. So that's always a lot of fun. And so we've had a few ninjas today, but I know in terms of like ranking of ninjas, I know the Akatsuki are like pretty high up. They're antagonists, they're dangerous. Probably not someone you want to mess with. He has like supernova powers, so that's not something that would be very easy to deal with. So it would definitely be a fierce battle that would Probably not go too well for me, but, you know, I'm willing to take him on. I got some water attunement, so that might help a little bit. Very cool character. Thank you for sharing Kaiben with us, Jirai. I appreciate it. Next up, we have Stratostellamore. And this is their character Naomi that they drew themselves, and you can find them on YouTube. Pull up their profile. Naomi is a 19-year-old girl who inherited her father's sword, the Space Ripper. She spends her days traveling the country looking for demons to slay in hopes of finding their leader to put an end to their quiet but deadly invasion. Two little demons follow her around and listen to her commands. Her sword is imbued with cosmic power, which makes her attacks incredibly powerful when she activates it at the cost of her health. Her arms are growing cosmic rot, and her hands tend to shake when she's not in combat. Naomi is a little above average in hand-to-hand combat. She doesn't fight people as often as she does fight demons. She's incredibly crafty and utilizes her environment in combat to the fullest, and has a motto of finishing any fight she's in as quickly as possible. She can utilize small parts of the Space Ripper's powers to enhance her attacks, like turning a general slash into an air slash due to her sword's drawback. She tries not to utilize Space Ripper's intense cosmic power unless she needs to, typically as a finishing blow to a demon. Her finishing move would utilize the full power of Space Ripper's cosmic might. She can slash her sword, creating a devastating and temporarily hole in space itself. That's a really cool sword. Look at the way that slash is drawn, with like the way it's ripping through like space-time with those like rainbow cosmic puddles like leaking through. I also just love her design. I like the red half and then of the jacket, and then the black half of the jacket too, and then the crop top as well with the ribbed fabric, the fabric that has the vertical lines going down to show the ribbing on it. I'm always such a fan of that. The bow in her hair that makes like the kind of like the bunny ear shape as well, gives her a nice silhouette. So she has like two little demons that follow her around. Nam, we're hungry. It's been 5 hours since our last meal. Nam. She's going, it's too early for this. Ooh, she's also got like that's the cosmic rot on her hand as well. I really like this color scheme. The combination of also having like the beige hair and then also tan skin to go along with it, along with red and black accented clothes and the bluish shorts. It's just a really nice color scheme, I think. It's a really appealing color scheme. Love the way that you draw movement. The way that her hair and her clothes follow the trace slash of her sword to give that sense of motion to. Really, really cool. So it said in her profile that she doesn't have too much experience fighting humans. She mostly fights demons. She doesn't use her Space Ripper unless she needs to against a demon. So I think like with Space Ripper, she's obviously like a huge threat because of her ability to slash through space-time like that itself. Without it, I think it would just be like if she just chose to fight without it, like as a human, it would be more like a normal, straightforward fight. But then you bring Space Ripper in and it's like, oh dang, this is actually like really intense. I think, to be fair, I will put her with her full power with the Space Ripper, because that's just cool. That's just cool. The abilities of her sword. Thank you, Stratostellamore, for sharing Naomi with us. Please go check out Stratostellamore on YouTube when you get a chance. Next, we have Gong Kong from Angora Rabbit, who you can find on Blue Sky. Let's pull out his profile. Gong Kong is a bodyguard who was assigned to a high-ranking mage who also gave him that name. As part of his contract, he trains 6 times a day for 3 hours. Each training and workout session keeps his skills honored or honed. He naturally has a peaceful disposition. He enjoys playing in water, playing with small and cuddly animals, and listening to poetry. Gong Kong trained primarily in Bajiquan, Uechi Ryu, Karate, and Taekwondo. His training did not cover grappling techniques, which was purposeful of the training institute that trained him and many others like him from birth. He can sprint at 30 kilometers an hour and run at 16 kilometers an hour for a longer time. He can kind of swim. Gong Kong does not use any form of magic, which is relatively common for people he is surrounded by. Gong Kong developed a taste for sweet foods when assigned to his high-ranking mage. He most enjoys chocolate cake topped with whipped cream and soaked in cherry syrup, but he also enjoys popsicles. Yeah, that is very fast. Angora, what a cool character. Look at your art as well. You draw your art traditionally, right? And I think every time you submit like one of your characters to one of Five Flights, like every time I see your art evolving and growing, which is amazing. This character is completely up my alley too. Martial artist, short hair, some Eastern aesthetic, rock and bod, red design. He's, what can I say? He's super cool. I always appreciate too that you also draw backgrounds for a lot of your characters when you make these pieces as well. The colors look really, really stunning. I can see the different colors of colored pencil you've incorporated into there. Like even on his skin, you have a little bit of like red and green colored pencil on there to give him that extra dimension of shading. On the shorts, you have like the blue shading as well. The trees in the background have a bit of like red and blue mixed into the green. It gives such a cool effect. I think it's really, really striking. I like this character. This character's cool. I want to learn more about your story. So he is a martial artist, trained in a few different types of martial arts, although not too much in grappling. So from my experience too, in like especially with MMA, you have striking and you have grappling, and grappling is definitely like once you get someone into like a grappler or something like that, it is really down to like who's the better grappler. I find when it comes to MMA, especially most MMA fights end up with grappling at some point in time. You very rarely get a fight that is just striking, so that's why a lot of MMA fighters train in like a lot of time in grappling, along with striking too. But like grappling is a big part of it. So usually in a fight between two people in like an MMA setting, it often comes down to who's the better grappler. Gong Kong is human, so he doesn't have like superhuman abilities too. I think we'd have a pretty close match. We'd have a pretty close time of it. Who knows what will happen? And you know what? Let's go have some chocolate cake afterwards. I'd love to have some chocolate cake. Especially after fighting a worthy opponent. Thank you so much for sharing Gong Kong with us and sharing your art with us as well. I want to learn more about your characters each time you post about them as well. Please go check out Angora Rabbit when you get a chance and see some of their other artwork and some of their other characters as well. Thank you so much for sharing him with us. I really appreciate it. Next up, from our friend Atelier Kieran, we have Garrick Arkwright, a Final Fantasy XIV character with some amazing art drawn by Onerio. Our friend Jason, really cool artist. Go check him out on Twitter. If you like handsome men, cool original characters, Vayne from Grand Blue Fantasy, Gallagher from Honkai, go check out Onerio when you get a chance. I'm going to read Kieran's submission here and then talk about what I do know. So Garrick Arkwright is Kieran's Warrior of Light, Final Fantasy XIV player character. He was born native to Ul'dah, scrounging to survive in the underbelly of high-rise society. With the aftermath of the fall of Dalamud, Annie and all of his loved ones are now but fragments of memories, and Garrick finds himself unable to remember many details about his previous life, except for one self-proclaimed missive to protect anyone and everyone, so another tragedy never happens again. Oh, sorry, I didn't even change the scene. Apologies. Again, this is what I get when I have 5 tabs open. I need to change the format of this for next time so it's a little easier to manage. I don't want to submit on Twitter threads anymore. Okay, he spent the tail end of years of the 7th Umbral era training his body and mind so he can serve as the shield that protects any and all Eorzeans as a chance encounter that introduces him to the signs of the 7th Dawn. His exploits and acts of goodwill have earned him recognition with the Immortal Frames, in which he hoists the banner of a free company of Hunk, Hunks, that serves to protect the realm. Garrick possesses a handful of job crystals, but primarily utilizes those of the paladin and warrior jobs. His physical prowess is beyond exceptional, with a body hardened from years serving as both a mercenary and a paladin of Ul'dah, leading him to be capable of resisting even the strongest strikes from opponents. Garrick prefers to prioritize the preservation of both himself and his allies, so rather than a big, flashy attack serving as a finishing move, Garrick's strongest ability is his raw intuition, which reinvigorates him to full vitality, even if he suffers critical damage in battle. Through sheer willpower, Garrick pushes himself to the limit to protect himself and his loved ones. And Dreamy Yuman-chan, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Angora. I really appreciate it. And Tobags, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following and being a froggy friend. Welcome in. So, this is not Kieran's first Final Fantasy XIV character, but last year, he started a new playthrough on stream with his community, and they created Garrick together in the image of a lot of his personal tastes and preferences. And I know that Garrick has really reinvigorated Kieran's love for Final Fantasy XIV, and every time he streams it with Garrick, I can feel the love and appreciation he has for both Garrick and for his community as well. And it's such a joy to see, because Kieran, if you already don't know him, if you're new to the channel, he's my best friend. He's an amazing streamer. You can find him on Twitter and Twitch and Blue Sky and Instagram and YouTube. And he's also a professional voice actor. And so when you go into his community and you go into a stream, you feel welcome immediately. And nothing represents that better than Garrick himself, where you go in, if he's playing Final Fantasy XIV, you can hop on Final Fantasy XIV 2 if you're a player, join him for some dungeons or raids, and just have a good time. I think that perfectly exemplifies what Kieran's channel is about and represents him as a person. And so for him to create this character that, you know, greatly represents and shows a lot of his personal aesthetic and tastes, which also represents like the building of his community, it's such a joy to see. And not only that, but Kieran previously with his Final Fantasy XIV characters shied away from playing tanks. So Garrick was like his first foray into playing tank characters. So he started off wanting to play Paladin and then soon grew to love Warrior, and now is really comfortable with tanking as well, and is moving on to learn Gunbreaker. Something that, you know, tanking, which is something that would have initially taken him out of his comfort zone. Again, Garrick, I think, perfectly embodies that whole idea of like propelling him forth with his community, learning new things, not being afraid to try new things, and also like welcome people into his fold, right? So I just want to say, like, this is like the perfect embodiment of that. So thank you for submitting Garrick to us. And as per usual with our Final Fantasy XIV characters and our Warriors of Light, Garrick can go toe-to-toe with gods. He's super tanky. He can take a hit. He can heal himself back up. Fierce battle for sure. So thank you. And please go check out Atelier Kieran when you get a chance, if not already. He's my best friend. Hey, YJH, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yes, the stream will be available to rewatch. Originally, I planned to have it rewatchable on Twitch and then upload to YouTube. I might hide it on Twitch and then put it on YouTube, just because I think I need to cut out a couple of the kind of scuffy areas where some of the tabbing didn't really work. So it will be up on YouTube, but probably in a couple of days I need to edit it. So it will be available for you to rewatch. but maybe not immediately right after this, because I do need to fix a couple things because of the new format that we're doing. But thank you so much for dropping by, and thank you for submitting your character. Your character was super cool. So, thank you. And Leon, welcome in as well. Thanks for dropping by. Next, and certainly not last, we have Larky D's character, also known as Lork Demper's character, Soren Ashford from Final Fantasy XIV. Now, if you guys are familiar with our Fight or Flight streams and Lork, you'll know that Lork likes to write some stories to lead into our Fight or Flights with his character, Soren Ashford. And they are often fun and humorous in nature. Although they will contain usually Final Fantasy XIV references, so if you don't know the lore of Final Fantasy XIV, you'll probably still be able to follow along, but maybe some of the finer details will be lost on you. So we had a different format of Fight or Flight this time because we were using the Google Forms. So Lork asked me, like, is it okay if I still write something? And I said, yes, go for it. I think everyone here wants to see what you cook up. So I have his writing here tabbed up on a different tab. See, that's why I have so many tabs open, but I need to be like, I'm trying to be careful with what I show on stream, which is why I keep like messing up my tabbing. Okay, good. Okay, that was correct. So we have here quite possibly the end of the world by Larky D. Let's see. This will be a fun roller coaster. Hundreds of frantic souls clamor, clap, and cough around you. An explosive melee unfolds in the arena before you. Flying suplexes, flying dropkicks, flying clotheslines, flying cloths, flying lariats, flying chest slaps, flying puppets, flying insults, and flying flies. It is loud, it is spectacular, but it kinda stinks. Above all else, the drama is unparalleled. You are in Kugane for the 66th annual Dude Jamboree, or is it the 68th? You shrug. Kirby sitting next to you is utterly lost in the spectacle. That's not at all surprising, considering the nature of the event, let alone the nature of the venue. The Dude Jamboree is an all-gendered for anyone can be a dude martial arts event to end all other martial arts events. The arena sits atop a 100-story tower, which itself is specially, some may say precariously, but those people are no fun, installed atop the roof of Kugane Tower. Every competitor and every spectator is expected to climb to the venue themselves. Several fall each year and are never heard from again, but such is the nature of martial arts tournaments. You are here at the special invitation of the one, the only, Cerulean Scion, who you believe but cannot prove is actually the famed Warrior of Light, Soren Ashford in disguise. The mysterious Blue Mage was impressed to learn that you are a friend of Yashantia, the only competitor known to have defeated the blue-clad Bastion of Buffoonery during his one-night gig at the Arcadian exactly 1 year, 5 months, and 7 days ago. That's the previous Fight or Flight streamed story that he wrote for us. And tonight, in just under 10 minutes in fact, the Cerulean Scion is set to make a surprise appearance at the headline match of the tournament. Please don't tell anyone. As the newest and only member of the ecstatic Eorzean Dream Team, EEDT, he did not remember to invite Kirby, but your froggy friend happened to have special business with the nearby Blue Kojin. Come to think of it, he seems to have business with them almost every day, which gave him a convenient excuse to be here with you anyway. Kirby is intent on punching the Cerulean Scion in his masked face for forgetting him. You suddenly feel a terrible churning in your gut. You think back to the street vendor triple garlic tofu log you ate not only 2 hours ago. Kirby practically begged you to eat it after helping him to a double helping of omelet rice. First his, and then yours. He was wiping his froggy mouth with his froggy hand wraps before you could even finish putting your camera away, after recording the 2 omelets being expertly cut open at your table by the chef. Then, pointing to the uneaten tofu log, Kirby complained he was full. Eyeing you insistently, he cried, "You can't let it go to waste." The last few words erupting into a massive, froggy belch. Sighing, you relent. It can't be helped that Kirby ate your omelet, could it? And having to eat this instead was probably better than hours of hunger. Maybe. Between mouthfuls of garlic tofu, you seem to recall Kirby was the one who ordered the food log in the first place. As a joke, even. Oh well. He did have a point about not wasting food. There was so much lore from our Japan trip. written in here. You guys need to go watch our Japan trip video logs to understand a lot of what just happened there. You knew you would regret it then, but you didn't expect its vengeance would come to claim you so swiftly, or so terribly. You spring to your feet and announce urgently to Kirby you need to find a washroom. Kirby, still cheering with the crowd, seems to not hear you. You sprint from the stands out of the arena doors. Tearing through the hallways, looking frantically left, right, up, down for any signs of the facilities, a water closet, a porta potty, a chamber pot, anything. You round a corner, and who should you run into but famed warrior of... I mean, it's an arena employee. A totally normal arena employee. A totally normal arena employee with spiky brown hair, a great sword on his back, and sabatons of Dalmascan steel on his feet. A more cynical mind may have believed this totally normal arena employee to have been the famed warrior of light, Soren Ashford. However, you of course know, or reasonably surmise, that Soren would almost certainly be backstage right now getting ready to fight in the guise of the Cerulean Scion, now just 5 minutes. No professional in their right mind would ever cut it this close. Besides, this totally normal arena employee is wearing glasses, which Soren does not wear. If anything, this bespectacled, totally normal arena employee merely seems somewhat surprised to have encountered a patron out of their seat during such a high-profile match. Having little time to lose before your bowels unravel, you explain your predicament and explore the totally normal arena employee, or implore the totally normal arena employee to show you to the nearest washroom. I cannot show you, the totally normal arena employee says rather cryptically, but I can tell you. Smirking, he then launches into an inane, convoluted, but seemingly well-rehearsed set of instructions which you can barely make sense of, which I will not repeat here other than to say it involves trekking through several hallways, secret passageways, different from hallways, regular passageways, different from hallways and secret passageways, corridors, different from all the above, a coat check, 3 wine cellars, back and forth until you're good and tired, an attic, somehow, a garden, a mailroom, a bookshop, her ladyship's chamber, back to the coat check, a throne room, and several elevators or one elevator ridden several times at the end, of which you will find a washroom. Noggin pounding and innards throbbing, you stumble away from the terribly abnormal employee who looks oddly pleased with himself. Try not to fall in, he quips cheerfully. Confusing though they were, you find the directions were mostly accurate, except for the end. You arrive somehow several gold coins and 1 gem richer, at a dead end punctuated by a single bookcase. Wouldn't you know it, there's not a single washroom in sight. Although the tomes look very interesting, you have no time to peruse them, because your intestines feel like they are coiling around your femurs. You turn around to retrace your steps as quickly as your indigestion will allow. But then, just barely in earshot, you hear a muffled flush, followed by a soft click behind you. You turn around again to see a massive behemoth of a man. Massive limbs, horns, hairy fishtail, and all, emerge from a hole in the wall, the bookcase having been pushed to one side. Visibly relieved, the man stuffs a luchador mask on his head, tearing holes in it with his horns in the process, and bounds back in the direction he came from, shooting you a somewhat puzzled glance as he passes by. Suspecting the former occupant and many others before him probably did not wash his hands, you dash towards the hole in the wall before the bookcase can slide back into place. Oddly, you can feel yourself moving faster and faster as you approach, almost as if you're being pulled into the passage behind the bookcase. That is a lot of Blueprints references. Not almost, you're practically falling into it. Not practically, you are falling into it, somehow plummeting forward past the bookcase through the wall. You are enveloped by the darkness of the washroom. Your nostrils are assaulted by the odor of cleaning products and cheap cologne. Seemingly on its own, the bookshelf behind you slams shut. Before you can let out a confused yell, you land on a flat surface and skid to a stop. You find yourself on cold, gray stone slabs laid end to end. It is no longer pitch black, rather it appears to be high noon. A cold gust of wind whips past you and howls across a solid wall of rock beside you. You are on a massive bridge spanning a wide canyon. Through some miracle or tragedy of fate, you find yourself no longer needing to use the restroom. The scroll bar is not even a quarter of the way through the page. You are not alone. Before you stands a man bedecked in attire some might call outlandish. A red sweater, short overalls, cat mittens, and crimson thigh-high greaves. Turning to the man's head, you see that it is covered in a full-face samurai mask adorned at the top by a chocobo chick. His fashion sense seems from another era entirely. Still, something about it is oddly familiar, but you can't quite put your finger on why. Your thoughts are interrupted by a sudden realization that the figure is not alone. He stands at the front of a large crowd. They are immaculately organized by rank and file, dozens across and hundreds deep. You realize then that even this crowd is not alone. It is one of many assembled, similarly arranged columns at the mouth of the canyon. Thousands, if not millions of people stand before you, all uniformly dressed, each seeming to be carrying spears. This is no ordinary crowd. This is an army. Those men are soldiers, and each and every one of them is pointing angrily at you and giving you the most terrible death glare you have ever seen in your entire life. The assembled mob erupts into a frenzy. While they scream furiously to each other, your ears catch only snatches of what they're saying. Who does he think he is? This swine cut in line. Well then, we'll just have to cut him. Does he know who we are? We'll never allow tourists to get in the way of our conquest. 50 years from now, they will still be telling stories about how we were the first through the gates to attend the first annual Comiket. Not if he gets there first. I don't get it. We were camped out here all night. How could he possibly sneak past us? Hey, does anyone know what day it is? You idiot. It's December 21st, 1975. No, you idiot. You're supposed to say it's the day we throw this guy off the bridge. You idiot. How's I supposed to know that? It's not like we planned this in advance. You idiot. That's not my problem. 1975. Your mind reels from the implications. Time travel, in the conventional fictional sense, especially the past, shouldn't be possible. The law of conservation of mass should prevent you from traveling backwards to a point in time where you are not already physically present. And while you do not have your calendar with you, you find it highly unlikely you are at the site of the first annual Comiket on December 21st, 1975. Maybe they're wrong about the date. But just as the thought crosses your mind, the soldiers start pelting you with objects. Oranges, apples, individually shrink-wrapped bananas, platform shoes, cans of hairspray now with extra chlorofluorocarbons, an afro wig, a disco ball, polyester shirts, polyester pants, the deepest television set you have ever seen in your entire life, and crisp brand new newspaper with the front page showing the date of December 21st, 1975. It is momentarily visible before it is crushed by a brick of solid asbestos, which itself is then covered by an ugly green shag carpet and smashed to pieces by a flying fax machine. They were telling the truth. Somehow you have crossed time and space 50 years into the past. You turn behind you to see across the bridge upon which you stand a platform bearing hundreds of rows of tables. A banner furls magnificently in the wind, proudly proclaiming Otaku's welcome. Realization dawns on you. On your way to the bathroom behind the secret bookcase at the wrestling tournament, you must have been pulled into a rift in space-time which brought you here. It's the only logical explanation. Just as you turn back to the army to try and explain what you can't explain, you are interrupted by a calamitous thud. The ground shakes. The army stops bickering, and the front ranks turn to nervously look behind them. It's him! Move out of the way, you idiot! The guy on the bridge is really in for it now. Make way for the Demon Monarch. The Demon Monarch has come. Several more thuds echo throughout the valley, and the column of soldiers nearest you parts hurriedly in two. In its wake trundles forward uneasily a palanquin borne by 8 diminutive figures, each looking ready to pass out from exhaustion. Standing astride the palanquin is a massive figure in pitch-dark armor, its head bearing aloft the same chocobo regalia as the countless soldiers who surround it. The hulking figure raises a hand, and all at once, like having all the air sucked suddenly out of a room, his retinue falls silent. You could only hear the faint wind blowing, and the trickle of rushing water beneath the massive stone bridge. A god needs no introduction, the monstrosity bellows, least of all before a coward who's about to be trampled beneath its feet. A green chicken scurries through the ranks and leaps, flapping frantically onto the heavily armored figure's shoulder. The palanquin collapses to the ground with a loud crash as its bearers pass out from the added weight. Not missing a beat, the towering brute strides forward and draws a spear even larger than itself. The chicken squawks. Eggy-do hungers, the armored titan thunders. The time for surrender has passed, and my conquest of this convention shall not be delayed. Warriors of light, form up. The millions of gathered soldiers spring into action. Many of them leap onto each other's shoulders in the shape of human pyramids, others onto hastily assembled wooden towers built from seemingly out of nowhere. Although you have less than zero idea of what's going on, gilded letters materialize from thin air, seemingly betraying the identity of your opponent. The Demon Monarch, Sorengoku Basura. Translator's note, Basura means rubbish. Stomping over the materialized letters, crying as one, the gathered host begins to march forward, their spears pointed directly at you. An odd, high-pitched chirping sound sounds in your ears. It does not sound at all like the deep clucks of the self-proclaimed Demon Monarch's green chicken. The scroll bar is only halfway through the page. Sudden realization strikes you. You recall during at least 3 of your countless exposition-laden one-sided duels with the famed Warrior of Light, Soren Ashford. Soren mentioned something about 6 or 7 of the past calamities that had befallen the planet were caused by roving bands of Soren's own distantly related cousins. Not clones, not shards, cousins. He was very adamant about that. All of whom were named Soren, and all of whom proclaimed themselves famed Warriors of Light. He apparently has millions of them, and every few years they assemble for Ashford family reunions, and wreak a rather distressing amount of havoc, some of which resulted in entire civilizations being wiped out. This sounds like Kang the Conqueror from Marvel. Not underestimating Soren's penchant for causing problems, intentionally or unintentionally, while also cognizant of his tendency to exaggerate, you figured that the number of calamities directly caused by his extended family were probably not 6 or 7, but maybe closer to 2 or 3. But now you find yourself in the middle of what appears to be one of them. Lucky you. I hate that you keep using 6 and 7. Perhaps even luckier, Soren actually told you about the outcomes of this very calamity. His 8th cousin, 14 times removed, the demon monarch Sorengoku Basura, led an army of millions of his cousins across Doma and Hingashi and was undefeated in battle until this very day in the past, December 21st, 1975, when he was apparently swallowed whole by a snake made of iron. Unfortunately, your luck had to run out sooner or later. Soren, as he often does, refused to elaborate further. Nevertheless, you suppose it is your duty to the universe to do your darndest to hold off the demon monarch and his host until the prophesied iron snake arrives. Will that ever happen? Who knows? What choice do you have? You stand your ground and brace for impact from the approaching swarm of Sorens. You hear that strange chirping sound again. You look around to determine its source, fruitlessly. Your head snaps forward just in time to see the first rank of soldiers approaching you. At the contours of the troops' chocobo-encrusted helmets, you can see they each have dark blue eyes, reddish-brown hair, and faces contorted identically into the cockiest of smirks. Without ever having met one of Soren's cousins, you figure, yep, these guys definitely fit the bill. 3 of them lunge at you, but you dodge deftly out of the way, grab their spears, and hurl them over the side of the bridge. What exactly do you hurl, the spears or the soldiers? You decide. It's your future. Spoiler alert, it makes no difference. Great, 100-line reference. Within seconds of incapacitating the first soldiers, one of at least a dozen human pyramids, stacked 6 Ashford cousins high and 6 Ashford cousins wide, bears down on you. You kick at the legs of one of the Ashford cousins at the base, and all 21 Ashford cousins forming the pyramid plummet to the ground. There is no respite for you, however, as countless more Ashford cousins approach, jabbing their spears mercilessly towards you. Enough! Blasts the voice of the demon monarch, sending dozens of Ashford cousins sprawling away, the force of the sound alone. The bridge shudders as the warlord advances like an eclipse over the battlefield. You will humiliate and trample and harm my men no more, he shouts, flinging several of his men to the side with a single swipe of his enormous gauntleted arm. A wooden tower of Ashford cousins, 8 layers high, topples over as Sorengoku Basura stomps, apparently by accident this time, on the foot of one of the many struggling Ashford cousins, laboriously carrying part of the base of the tower on their backs. Sorry about that, he mutters before turning viciously on you. He rips off his helmet and casts it to his feet, parading through several inches of the stone bridge. You and your opponent gaze upon each other's faces for the first time. The kingpin, such as he is like his cousins, looks exactly like the famed Warrior of Light, Soren Ashford. Of course, what did you expect? The cruel demon monarch Sorengoku Basura throws his massive spear to the side, sending 2 more Ashford cousins flying haplessly in the process. Draws an even larger claymore from his waist. The green chicken lands on the tip of the blade and lets out a furious squawk. The warrior laughs and declares, "After defeating you, I was going to make you our court jester, but Eggy says he wants you to be a live training dummy instead. Boy, I've never seen him this worked up." The warrior laughs again and stampedes towards you. This is quite the screenshot here. I'm glad you included pictures. It really helps illustrate the point. I like how he's wearing the Odin armor too. A third time, the high-pitched chirps echo, loud enough to be heard over the sound of the charging army and the irate caterwauling of its general. Suddenly, an electric crackle rips through the air some hundreds of feet above you. A deep horn blares and a long shadow is cast over the bridge and the swarming army. You look up to see a long, solid object being belched into existence from a tear in the sky. Slowly, then quickly, then all at once, the shape slithers out of the rift, which reforms to empty air, and the long object hurtles to the ground, crashing down onto the bridge and somehow narrowly missing any of the soldiers. The object, which landed about 20 feet away from you, is about 100 feet long and 10 feet tall. It looks to be made of steel, punctuated by glass panes, many of them cracked from the force of the impact, and rests upon wheels. It appears to be a train. Seeming to confirm your observations, the object lets out a labored but sharp and somehow triumphant toot toot. Hey Reisna, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys are all doing well. Please check out our friend Reisna when you get a chance. She's a really cool streamer, plays a lot of variety of different games, including retro RPGs, Final Fantasy XIV, and Love and Deep Space. Hope you had a good stream today. You're playing some Love and Deep Space today. Hope it all went well. We are nearing the end of our original character showcase fight or flight stream, and we are currently reading a story that has been written for us by our wonderful resident Lurkdemper, documenting his character challenging us to a fight. So feel free to sit back and relax, or go take care of yourself after your stream. The train is a bizarre sight. A light gray circle is hastily splashed in paint over the front of the locomotive compartment, and details charitably resembling a human face with a wide toothy grin and staring oval eyes are crudely drawn in black paint. On the doors of the left side of the first compartment, the words Hell Train are thickly printed in still wet blue paint, except the word Hell is crossed out with yellow paint, and the word Heck is interpolated in a thin script above. And then these words are encircled and slashed through with dripping red paint, and the word Hellevator is scrawled in red beside it. There was probably a story behind this, and you were given a brief moment to consider as the approaching army appears even more stunned than you are. Sorengoku Basura howls with rage. Who dares interrupt our fight to an arbitrary point short of death of my choosing? He glares at the train, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He walks up to the very front of the locomotive car and stares at the uncanny face painted at the front. He reels his hand back and slaps it on the nose, leaving an ugly streak on the fresh coat of paint. You, ugly beast! Sorengoku Basura cries. I shall have my minions tie you up and boil you alive for your impudence. He charges towards the right side of the train, but not before slapping the face again, which, unperturbed, continues to smile and stare blankly forward. A high-pitched voice chimes tinnily from the train's loudspeaker, drowning out the torrent of expletives flooding out of the none-too-pleased warrior's mouth. Now arriving at the big bridge. The big bridge. This is the final stop. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. The doors on the left side will open. You hear the high-pitched chirps a fourth time, the loudest and clearest yet. They also seem to be coming from the train's loudspeaker. Skidding to a stop, the warrior mutters, "Oh, the left side." Seeming almost embarrassed, he cuts his raving short, rounds the front of the train, muttering, "Sorry about that," and slowly approaches the left side of the train as the doors slide open, smearing the train's newly christened coat of paint, and a dense cloud of fog wafts out from the compartment. The green chicken, Eggydu, waddles over and perches on one of the train wheels. Interrupting your epic battle for the fate of the universe, who should jump out of the train but nobody. Aside from the drifting fog, the train seems empty and oddly out of place given, well, everything. Seeming at least as confused as you are, Sorengoku Basura lets out a disgruntled grunt and leaps out into the open train door. Suddenly, the train's interior, and the canyon beyond it echoing with a resounding bonk sound, the towering warrior slowly sinks to his knees and topples face first into the train compartment. The train rattles from the impact, clearly agitating Eggydu, who leaps and flaps up onto the train compartment, taking roost on the seemingly unconscious man's head. The demon monarch, Sorengoku Basura, stalwart colossus, chief among champions, champion among chiefs, retired gymnast, beloved of Halone, questionable warrior of light, overlord of the Ashford clan, eater of raw onions, and prime muckety-muck of an army of millions, has been defeated by a single self-inflicted blow. Oh dear, drawls a velvety voice from out of nowhere. It appears he has hit his head on the train. Turning your head quickly to both sides, you realize it is coming from the train department. The voice now proclaims loudly and dramatically, clearly he took his training too seriously. And as the last of the fog clears in the train, who should somersault out using the mountainous chest of the unconscious Soren Goku Basura as an improvised trampoline to propel him, and landing miraculously upright on top of the train, but a figure clad in a matching jacket and slacks of the deepest blue, face covered with a splendid mask of immaculately carved lapis lazuli, the one, the only, the Cerulean Scion. The air around him erupts with fireworks, the legal kind, don't worry. Sorry we took so long, quips a cheerful voice from inside the train. A spiky-haired, bespectacled face peers out, and you recognize the great sword-wielding employee from the Dew Jamboree who sent you on the wild goose chase to the washroom. It seems like that happened hours ago, although you realize it probably has only been a matter of incredibly long minutes. And technically, it won't even really happen for another 50 years, assuming the continuity of the timeline. Wait, how are you ever going to get back home? Behind him, Kirby saunters out of the train compartment, leans against the door, yellow and red paint dripping onto his jacket, and smiles at you. Warily, you smile and wave back. Unprompted, the Dew Jamboree employee jumps out of the train, onto the ground in front of you, and wastes no time before launching breathlessly into what most would find to be a rather long-winded explanation. Okay, so I knew exactly where you were this whole time, kind of. I knew where the bathroom was, but I swear I don't know how that wormhole to the past thing got there. I saw that you were taking a while to come back from the washroom, so I went looking for your froggy friend. He wasn't in his seat, but I found him backstage punching the Cerulean Scion in the face. The Cerulean Scion waves at you, a tad awkwardly, and you think you can see a black eye shining through one of the eye holes in his mask. The employee continues. So we ended up bringing him along too. Anyway, we figured whatever was happening wasn't good, and we need reinforcements, so we went looking for a train. Luckily, we found one nobody was using, but it was all the way on the ground. And wouldn't you know, the employee elevator was out of order, so the three of us had to carry it all the way up 100 stories to the arena, and then find our way back to the bathroom. Well, we ended up taking a wrong turn at the second wine cellar. You remember how confusing that part was, don't you? Just as soon as you realize he asked you a question and was looking for affirmation, he takes a deep breath and continues. So we had to backtrack a bit. Unfortunately, the train was too big to turn around in any of the rooms, so we had to smash a hole in some of the walls to get it out. And then all the signage around the place was in Hingashi, which none of us can read. Kirby rolls his eyes, leaps onto your shoulder, and whispers in your ear, reminding you that he absolutely can read Hingashi, but these two just wouldn't listen to him, which frankly you believe. The employee continues. Anyway, we ended up in the arena's rumpus room and figured while we were good and lost, we might as well take a quick rest and repaint the front of the train, since it got dented up pretty badly. I know what you're thinking, why a face? And I'll be completely honest with you, I don't know why. I just wanted to get fired, or I just didn't want to get fired and was kind of spiraling a bit. But I think we did a pretty good job with what we had. Anyway, while we were at it, we decided to keep going and give it a cool name. But as you could probably tell, we couldn't completely agree on what to call it. You notice the Cerulean Scion's gloved hands are dabbled with blue paint. Kirby's arm wraps are streaked in yellow, and the employee's hands are splashed with thick drabs of red. The employee continues. Anyway, we were totally still lost and getting pretty desperate. You probably couldn't tell by looking at him, but the Cerulean Scion is a deeply, deeply spiritual man. He started praying for a way out. Thankfully, your froggy friend here had a spare aetherite crystal on him. And wouldn't you know it, the Cerulean Scion's prayers, infused with the aether from the aetherite crystal, ended up turning our train here into a primal, or something. The train toots warily, maybe in affirmation, maybe in resignation. The employee continues. I swear it was the face I painted that did it. Anyway, at that point, it was just a matter of boarding the train, smashing it through several layers of solid rock and wood, stopping once or twice more to ask for directions, and then riding the train directly into the bathroom, which is where we found the wormhole, which is where we found you. It's good to see you again, my old friend. Say, what's your name again? Mine's still racing to keep up with the employee's recounting, and suddenly startled by his apparent recognition of you, when you're sure this is only the second time you met him, you open your mouth to speak. But the employee interrupts you. Wait, you don't recognize me? He pulls the glasses from his face and pulls the greatsword from his back and poses dramatically before you. All at once, a flash of recognition races through your mind. Once more, you find yourself standing before famed warrior of light, Soren Ashford. Sorry about the glasses, they're part of the uniform. The employee you now recognize as Soren returns the glasses to his face and says apologetically, I needed a part-time job since Heidelin is safe for all the time being, and nobody wants to hire a warrior of light to do stuff for them when they figure Magitech can do it on the cheap. You get it, right? Somewhat confused, you look from Soren to the Cerulean Scion and then back to Soren. They both just beam radiantly back at you. Kirby rolls his eyes again. Oh my god. I knew it was Tom as the tank engine, but I couldn't prove it. Enough, thunders a cataclysmic voice. For the second time this episode, a squad of about 5 Ashford cousins who are beginning to cluster around the train housing their fallen warlord, muttering something about an evil iron snake, are suddenly lifted into the air and hurtled at you and your reunited companions. You barely dodge out of the way. A massive shadow forms in the air in front of you and materializes into a large humanoid shape. It is clad in a dark robe, a mask dangling from its neck over its chest. It appears to be a huge man, even huger than Soren Goku Basura, who he himself was probably at least 8 feet, 8 foams, or 96 ilms, or 2.4384 metric ohms, or 288 barley corns tall. The huge man's face is contorted with scars and rage, and even more scars, but beneath those scars you see a striking resemblance to none other than the famed warrior of light, Soren Ashford. But how on earth is this possible? How on Heidelin is this possible? Cries Soren. You were sealed for all this time, locked up tight in pandemonium. The huge man, who definitely looks like yet another taller version of Soren, with longer, messier hair, chortles evilly. Well, my little shard, wouldn't you like to know? I would love to tell you, but sadly I sent you and your friends here to destroy you, and not to dump exposition on you like some third-rate fictional villain. Soren turns to you, casts his eyes to the ground, and begins to explain. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. This is me, and well, not me. But he is interrupted by yet more Ashford cousins being thrown at him, all screaming in mortal terror. Thankfully or not, you've heard this spiel all before. Several times, in fact. In most of your previous duels with Soren, he would usually explain to you that he is one of several shards of a single primordial being, Planetus the Ancient. Planetus was an archmage of space and time, able to form entire celestial bodies and give birth out of inert matter, bind and unbind the worn fabric of entropy and manipulate the flow of time, causality, and possibly itself at his whim. He occupied the seat of Azam and used its authority to not only roam the universe at his leisure, but to traverse the very membranes of reality itself. And apparently he was a colossal jerk. So much so that the other ancients banded together, sealed his magics, and locked him up, supposedly forever in a prison known as Pandemonium. Well then, as Soren astutely inquired, how did he get out? There are so many parallels here with Kang the Conqueror here, which I know you did not intend. That's so funny. Your ponderings are interrupted by yet another thunderous enough. This time, the yell emanates from the train, where you turn your head to see the demon monarch Sarengoku Basura rising unsteadily to his feet. Eggidu flutters to the ground beside him, a freshly laid egg rolling off the warlord's head. He points a finger at Planetus and utters menacingly, You assail the finest army this world has ever seen. I'm its commander and the god of this world. Only I may assail my subjects. He spits on the ground, glares, and continues, I denounce you! You shall meet your end here, trampled beneath the feet of my mighty host. Planetus barks out a harsh laugh in response. You and your pack of dogs are free to try, whelp. As for your world, it means nothing to me. I will liquefy its foundations and drink them up. Even in my sundered state, I have done so thrice to worlds and people far mightier than yours. As if to prove his point, the section of the bridge that the ancient is standing on instantaneously boils into a viscous, molten mud and falls away, leaving him suspended in midair. You believe yourself a god? Then be a god of soup. He raises a hand lazily, and a dozen more Ashford cousins are lifted into the air. Here, my lord, an offering of meat and bones for your soup. Planetus flicks his raised hand, hurtling the Ashford cousins directly at their commander. The Hellevator toots again, this time in panic. Eggidu clucks disdainfully, and all at once expands in size into the largest, most beautiful bird you have ever seen, shoving its master to the side. The Ashford cousins bounce harmlessly off its soft green feathers and fall unconscious from misery and confusion to the ground. The demon monarch Sorengoku Basura laughs, this time not unkindly. Took you long enough to regain your power, Eggidu. I almost gave up on you. Almost. He strokes the gargantuan green bird, which unfurls its wings and lets out an almighty shriek. I know, you are the mightiest warrior of light, and you would never let harm befall your cousins. He turns to glare at Planetus. nor would you let any who would injure them walk free. Planetus shrugs, the very picture of unconcern, and begins to float in the air. No matter. I have all the time that is, was, and ever will be to deal with you mongrels, but frankly, I don't have the patience. And I have so much terrible work to do. Without so much as a wave goodbye, he turns, and in less than a second, he is a projectile careening away into outer space. That's probably bad, mutters Soren. Your family's weird. Glad I'm not part of it, ponders the cerulean scion, uncharacteristically terse. You look again from Soren to the cerulean scion, back to Soren, and finally to the assembled millions of the Ashford army, who are now standing around gawking aimlessly. You shake your head in disbelief. I will grant you amnesty, the demon monarch Soren Goku Basura says in a booming, though conciliatory voice. Retrieving his fallen helmet and placing it on his head, he adds, and I demand a truce. As the god of this world, I have the solemn responsibility to pursue and defeat this foe, but I cannot do it myself, nor can I bring my army with me to do it. The majestic colossal bird Egidu extends one mighty wing to the ground, and its master alights onto it. Egidu is big, but they simply won't fit. Drawing his sword and holding it before you, Kirby, Soren, and the Cerulean Scion, he declares, I would name you my champions. Egidu will bear us on wings of fire onto eternity in pursuit of our quarry. There is nowhere it can go that we cannot follow. With a final toot-toot, the Hellevator rattles and lifts up from the ground. Its doors slide closed and the air around it shimmers. The tinny electronic voice chimes from the loudspeaker. Now departing the big bridge. Next stop is Death or Glory. Death or Glory. Its engines roar to life, punctuated by a final chirp. The primal train picks up speed, and in a matter of seconds it blasts off into space, a shining streak in hot pursuit of Planetus. Looks like you don't have time to talk it over, the Cerulean Scion says, stepping onto Egidu's offered wing. All the blue magics I devised in my countless battles in the arena are at your disposal. He smirks greedily. Maybe I'll even learn something new from an ancient. Soren, staring uncertainly at the ground, snaps his head and suddenly to you, and smiles contritely. I guess we might be allies this time, he says, as though realizing it for the first time. I sure wasn't expecting this when I woke up this morning, but it's probably just another Friday for you, huh? He turns to Kirby, who raises a froggy eyebrow. Soren raises his eyes to the sky. I'm not sure what we'll find up there, but whatever it is, I sure appreciate your support. Soren joins the Cerulean Scion on the wings of Egidu, and together they walk along its back to sit behind the demon monarch, who is fixing his arms for purchase around the bird's massive neck. Egidu refolds its wings and stares at you as you approach. The demon monarch and his champions must be off to save the world and its people, says the warlord in a voice so soft, almost a whisper. Soren and the Cerulean Scion extend their hands to you and Kirby. Well, says the Cerulean Scion. Are you coming? Asks Soren. This is quite the picture. Will you and Kirby boldly go with the famed warrior of light Soren Ashford, the Cerulean Scion, the demon monarch Soren Goku Basura, the empowered Egidu, and the ambiguously named primal train Hellevator to do battle with the progenitor of space and time, the lord of gravity, the thrice rejoined, the singularity itself, the bloodstained seed of Asm, Planetus the Ancient, in the latest battle for the fate of the universe? Should you accept this most daring mission, then during your near light speed chase to catch up with your escaping foe, Kirby will teach you modified breathing techniques of the blue Kojin that will enable you to survive in outer space. How cool! Who could say no to that? Also, Soren should have plenty of time to tell you all he knows of the deep, dark, secret history of how his ancient predecessor was defeated and sealed in pandemonium eons upon eons ago. Unfortunately, that secret will probably turn out to be something like, I have no idea. But there's no primeval force that can't be quelled by a good old punch to the face, right? Right? I will say, of all the things you were cooking up, this is not what I was expecting. I understand now why you said you needed extra time to write this up and submit it. Oh, there's more? I opened this up before the stream, like 4.5 hours ago, so if you've edited it since then I need to refresh. Wait, let me see if I refresh it, does it... Oh yeah, here it is. Finishing move, the fourth day. Planetus immures himself in a sanctuary of thick and progressively dense rock and commences a period of deep meditation for 96 hours. During his retreat, he will not directly attack, but will gather heavier and heavier elemental materials to him in greater and greater amounts. At the end of his ensconcement, a violent fusion reaction will form a new star at his location. I see. And there we have it. Lork's writing is so funny because whenever I read it, I think of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like that's the exact energy it has, and I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Sure, I will join the Sorens on their quest to defeat Planetus. I guess. I guess we're allies now with Soren Ashford. And I guess actually this picture here is incorrect. It should say Planetus instead of Soren Ashford. That was a wild ride. It's gonna be funny looking back at this VOD because I feel like comparing like the time, like if you scroll through the timeline and see how long I spent reading that compared to like the rest of the stream, it's gonna be like a sizable chunk. But it was fun. But now I need a drink of water. Thank you for spinning such a fun tale and yarn for me, Lork. I always appreciate it. And thank you for all the fun little inside jokes we have inside, whether it be Final Fantasy XIV or Blueprints or the Japan trip or 100 line or Thomas the Tank Engine or whatnot. I guess you'll have to stay tuned for the next installment to find out what happens, I suppose. You have such a fun imagination. And I appreciate you took the time to edit those images in too, because I could tell that you manually photoshopped those together for the sake of the story. And I appreciate that. So, with that, that is the end of our 5th Fight or Flight stream. That was a lot of fun. And I always like doing these streams because I like seeing your characters, I like seeing your creativity, I like having some community involvement as well. And also just, supporting the arts, right? We love original characters, we love arts, we love artists in this house. And I want to show that off. So if you saw a really cool character or really cool piece of art, go find them on their social media, go commission them, go shower them with love and affection as they deserve. And thank you for taking the time, everyone who submitted as well. I really appreciate it. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I was worried that we wouldn't have enough submissions for the stream at the beginning when the forum first went out, but then in the end it turned out well. So thank you everyone also who retweeted or shouted out or told their friends to submit as well. I really appreciate it. So that means that we'll probably have more Fight or Flight streams in the future as long as people are continuing to be interested. Although it will probably be a period of time before I do another one. I usually do like 2 a year, but depends on the timing. So we'll see. We will see. That was a lot of fun. I need to go get a drink of water. This VOD will be up on YouTube in a couple days. So if you missed out on your character, it will be up. I was originally planning on keeping the Twitch VOD up immediately, but I think I need to go back and fix some of the technical difficulty parts of the VOD, so that's why it will only be up on YouTube. But it'll be up after a couple days, where I think the last of my Octopath Traveler 0 VODs are still being queued up right now, and I need time to edit this as well. So don't worry, if you missed out on your character, you will find them. And if you didn't get the chance to submit, or if your submission was not included because you inadvertently did not follow one of the rules, I implore you to still submit next time. And if you have a new character you want to submit next time, that's fine too. Or if you want to submit the same character again next time, that's also fine. We will do more of these, so you will still have a chance. If you missed out on your chance, keep an eye out. Usually on my Twitter and Blue Sky, I will announce these events in advance and give you a couple weeks to submit. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming by. I really appreciate it. I don't think I'm gonna rate out to anyone. I'm tired. I think that last bit took out a lot out of my voice, so I will go recover and have a snack. I'll see you guys on Sunday for our next stream. I haven't decided what I'm doing on Sunday. There's no stream tomorrow. So thank you guys and take care. Bye, froggy friends. Bye bye, bye bye.